Hey everyone, just checking if you can hear me. Let's start. I have a different screen on which I can see all of you guys, so we'll be mostly using my screen. You can see it on obviously on your video. And if you have any questions, if you have anything to ask, like just leave it in the chat. So I'm expecting that you guys will be following along with this video. Hopefully you can hear me. Just let me know in the chat if you can, and if the audio is everything is fine, and we can proceed from that point. So hello everyone. Would really want you to follow along today, so that if you are new to MERN stack, if you have been coding, this is the time we can actually create a project, ship it to an actual service as well. Now you might not be able to deploy it to AWS in terms of, you know, they might ask you for a credit card or anything, but we can complete the application process, and you can also deploy it on other websites if you want. Plus you get a GitHub project on your resume or CV or whatever you're working on. So let's start. Okay, so about this little project, it is going to be a MERN project, just like I said. So starting off with what MERN is for some of you, MERN would consist of MongoDB as the database, Express as the framework for handling all the routing stuff, React for front end, right, and Node for the back end. It sort of does not really make a lot of sense because Express runs on Node, but anyway, this is the convention that MERN stack consists of these four things, right? So let me just go ahead and bring the mic a little closer. All right, so let's start. First of all, what I'm gonna do is, and what I want you to do is just go ahead into your terminal. First of all, I'm hoping that you have the setup of Node and React and everything is done. Node.js and NPM is set up. So make sure you run, make sure you run Node V and NPM V here, first of all, so that this should be installed. Right, so, okay, your voice is a bit low. Let me go ahead and see what I can do. Okay. Okay. I don't have the best of the setups for live yet. I know about that. But yeah, I'll eventually upgrade all the things. But anyway, let's start. I'm gonna start speaking a little louder so that it makes sense. Let's create a directory for, let's say, MERN project, right? This is the first thing you're gonna do eventually. I'm gonna be using VS Code. So we're gonna open VS Code directly. So this is going to be our project. Let me just go ahead and actually make sure that this link is present in the description. So if anyone is joining and if anyone wants to have a look at the agenda, you can find that link in the description, right? Description of the video. So I have updated the video's description. You can find that. All right, so let's start. The first thing obviously is, once we are in the folder, I would want to create a client side and a server side, right? The client part would be the one which actually is the main application. It's the views and everything, and initiates a MongoDB or maybe a WebSocket call. And the server side would be the Node stuff. So let's just go ahead and create two folders, client and server, not inside each other, but individually. And inside the client thing, what I'm going to do is initialize a React app, right? The R in the MERN stack. So I'm going to make use of a utility called npx, right? I'm sure you know what npx is. It's just used to pull down the modules from internet if you do not have them globally installed, and it just runs it for that particular while. So I'm going to use create react app, npx create react app, and actually let's not do that. Let's remove the client folder and do npx create react app and name it client, and I'm going to give it a template of TypeScript. Now you might not want to follow along with TypeScript, but it's fine. If you want, you can just omit this template TypeScript and you're going to have a regular JavaScript project. That is also fine. We can work with that as well. But I just use TypeScript because it provides a lot of benefits without having the linter and, all sorts of configurations out of the box. So once we do that, it's going to initialize our project with TypeScript. And yeah, while it is initializing, let's just go ahead and set up the server part as well. Let me just go ahead and zoom in so that it looks fine for you guys as well. Okay, so let's go to the server part, and I'm gonna again use TypeScript here. Not necessary, but is convenient. So I'm gonna say tsc init, which is the TypeScript compiler. It's going to create a file called tsconfig.json, which is going to be used for, just converting your TypeScript to JavaScript, right? So you can see that our client is ready. So what we can do first of all is go back to the terminal, go to the client folder, and maybe just run yarn. I don't know what the command is. Yarn start, right? So when you run yarn start, it's going to start a local development server, which is going to run on port 3000. Now, one thing you have to remember is that when you deploy this application, it's going to be a static bundle, the React part at least, right? So right now what we're going to be doing is we will have this application as localhost 3000. We'll have a server on different port, but when we are pushing this on production on AWS, this would be just a bunch of HTML, CSS files, right? So this does not need a server on its own. So we are just using this standalone server for the development part only, and we will be shifting that to the production server later on. So you can see that once you do that, you're gonna have a localhost 3000 port. You're gonna have a page like this. Are you going to post the commands used in this project somewhere? I'm gonna be, actually, that's a good idea. Let me just go ahead and initialize a GitHub repo at the same time, so that if you guys are just lacking behind, or maybe something is not working, you can just go ahead and copy paste that file or that particular snippet. So I'm going to create, let's say, Codedam live project. It's going to be public, and yeah, live streaming project. So you're going to be seeing the update to the repo in real time. Sounds cool. Okay, once I have copied that, let me just go ahead and initialize the repo here. We would want a git ignore, because we don't want to commit all those node module things, right? I'm gonna keep this as a mono repo right now for both the client and server, but if you want, you can split it in different repos if you want. So I'm just gonna say, okay, use have, okay, let's see. Let me just go ahead to the client part and remove the git repo, which the MERN project brings automatically, right? Which the create React app brings automatically. So now let's just go ahead and initialize it again. Git add, git commit. I'm gonna say initial commit, git push origin master, and yeah, here we have. So I have just added this to the master branch. Now you can go ahead. I'm going to be synchronizing this with the master branch very frequently, so that you can go ahead on this URL. Let me just go ahead and paste this in the description of the video as well. So video description and project, and save. So you can see that you're gonna be you can see that you have the project in the description of the video. Somebody's saying please don't use TypeScript. Don't worry, I won't be using very hardcore TypeScript anyway. You're going to be understanding it will mostly be JavaScript. It will just be TypeScript to assist us with certain bugs or certain errors. So it's fine. If you want to continue this video in JavaScript mode, it is also fine. You can just omit the parts where I'm installing it as a tsconfig, or you can omit this create React app of template TypeScript. Anyway, starting off, we have our front end at least up. Let's just get our back end up as well. I'm going to make some quick changes to the tsconfig. First of all, let me just go ahead and remove all these comments, because JSON ideally does not support the comments as a language thing, so we don't want things to break. And let me just go ahead and remove all this as well. Well, once we do that, I'm going to change this to ES 2019. Now the reason for that is that if you build it with ES5, you're going to have those, you're going to have those polyfills or maybe compiled down versions of your JavaScript code, right? But there's no reason to actually have this as ES5 because we will be pushing the server code on the server, obviously, where we will be running node 12 or node 14. So we don't really need to compile this down to ES5. So I'm going to keep it ES 2019 or 2017, both are fine. And that's that. Let's just name one more thing. Our directory should be built so that when we run the tsc, it should just go ahead and build inside our that particular directory, right? All right, so the next thing is let's just go ahead and start coding the server.ts. For your case, if you're following JavaScript, then you can use server.js here. For the most part, it's going to remain same, except the fact we'll be doing an import express from express, right? Inside this ts, you're going to be doing const express is equal to require express, right? So the JS guys would be doing, if you're following along, you'll be doing this line. So let's just go ahead and install express. So I'm going to go into server npm install express, right? And actually let's just initialize this thing first, and let me just go ahead and use yarn for everything because I guess the client is actually using yarn. So there's that. And once we have that, let's just do yarn install express, not really install, yeah, yarn add express. Once we do that, you're gonna be actually also needing types of express just for just to, oops, again, wrong command, just for the TypeScript compiler. And yeah, so once we have express with us, let's just go ahead and create an app.get homepage, that is the slash page, and I just want to say request response. I am just gonna send response.send okay, right? And finally, let's just go ahead and listen this on port 1337. All right, so once we do that, you're going to be seeing that on localhost 3000, we have our React app running, just like earlier. And on localhost 1337, we do not have anything because we have not started the server. So the next thing I'm going to do is hop over to the command line again. I'm going to create a split terminal. You can go ahead and create a new one if your terminal does not support it. But if you're using iTerm on Mac OS, then you can press Command Shift D so that the terminal splits like this. So you're going to be going to the server folder and then writing tsc watch, right? So it's going to start the TypeScript compilation. If you're a Node.js, if you are writing in Node.js, what's going to happen is nothing. You would have the server.js file. So you can just write nodemon server.js, right? So you can see in the build folder, we have server.js with us. Now I also want to execute it. I also want to run it. So what we want to do is go back and right here, go to the build folder, and I'm going to make use of nodemon, right? So I'm pretty sure people know what nodemon is. Nodemon is going to just keep on refreshing your your JavaScript file if there's any change. I'll start nodemon with this, and what's going to happen if I make a change to the TypeScript file, the tsc compiler will make a change and update the build/server.js. Nodemon will pick that up and it will restart the server. So right now, if I go ahead and visit 1337, we get okay as the response, which is fine. We're going to be using that later on. So first things first, let's just go ahead and start with the actual thing in the client folder. Inside the src, let's just get rid of, let's see, the test file. First of all, I'm not going to be adding a lot of tests today because we don't really need that. Actually, let me just go ahead and use the CLI. It's much faster that way. Let's see, I don't want the service worker, setup test, nope. Let's just get rid of logo as well. And let's see. Okay, we can basically get rid of the whole file, but I'll just keep some parts of it. Alright, so I'm gonna create a components folder here so that it's easier for us to, do routing and all that stuff. And I'm gonna say, let's say this is the home component, right? So let's move this app.tsx in home folder and the CSS file as well. So once we have done that, we have the exported file. It's fine. From components app home, whatever, we can update this later on. And why is this an error? Components home, oh, this should be index, and then we will name this as the style.css because we will have a convention where we have our index file with us and the style file would be the file which styles that particular thing. Now you can go ahead and make this as a CSS module sort of thing, but I'm not really gonna be going into every particular detail because what is gonna happen then is that we will stretch it over a lot of time, and obviously because this is a live stream we will have limited amount of time, so we'll keep it simple and straightforward. Okay, so once we have done that, let me just go ahead and open this side by side. So what we want is we can say simple chat room app, and the purpose of this app could be that if you have this project and right now everybody is sitting in their homes, you have all those schools and colleges, you can create and deploy your own personal sort of group, sort of room where only people can join and they can chat along in a big conversation, right? As a big conversation of things on laptop. So anyway, we can change it to, first thing is login, second thing would be sign up. I would ideally want to make use of Material UI here, but let's see. So this would be sign up. Let's just make use of let's see what's why did I go with TSX instead of JS? Not really anything special. I just like working with TypeScript in general because if you make a silly mistake, it kind of just points you directly right there, right? Because in JavaScript you can about that mistake on runtime. In TypeScripts, a lot of time you can just catch that mistake on when you're coding as well. So that's that. You can use JavaScript if you want. It's fine, not a problem. So let's just go ahead and set up Material UI real quick. So I'm gonna go to Material UI and let's just follow along some commands. So I'm gonna add yarn add Material UI core, and I think we need to wrap it in a theme provider or something, but I don't know if that's necessary anymore because I don't think they are doing that. Okay, so yeah, I think it would work just fine. So let me just go ahead, let me just go ahead and convert this into button from Material UI. Maybe we need to import button from Material UI core, and what we can say about this is login, right? I think TypeScript does not like that, so let's just restart the TypeScript server. So yeah, there would be a recording for this, it would be available, but I would want if you guys can follow along, that would be better. But anyway, let's see if we have the types with us. Yeah, so we have contained variant for this, and I'm gonna say this has a component of link so that we can link it to appropriate pages, and we can import link from React Router DOM, and again we do not have that installed. So let's just go ahead and set up React Router. I think this is the one. There's also Reach Router some people use. I have used it once, but to be honest, I don't have a lot of experience with that. So React Router DOM it is. Yarn add React Router DOM. Now if you're using Next.js, you're gonna have, you know, that file system navigation out of the box, but we are not using Next.js, so I actually don't know what the version is. 5.2. Okay, it's fine, because I think React Router DOM also has a version 6 release now, and it has a lot of changes. So again, restart the TypeScript server. If you install npm packages, I think one thing I have seen is you have to restart your TypeScript server in order for that to reflect correctly. So once we have that, I think it's not yeah, I think we need types for React Router DOM as well. Fine, and let's just remove this, and okay, let's do one thing. Let's move this to the components part. Inside the home folder, I'll create a new file called index.tsx. It would be just a function which would just say function home, return h1 home, right? And this would be a React router sort of thing, right? So we need to create certain routes here. So I'm not really sure about the syntax right now, so I'm just going to take a look at the documentation, and we have a simple you know, declarative way of creating routes here. So I'm just going to copy paste this whole thing. Let me just go ahead and actually take this up inside the home itself, right? So button is right here. I think we also need React because we are using JS6. Here we are, right? And finally, for this thing, we can import the React router as well. And I hope this is the browser router. Yeah. All right, so once we have that, I'm gonna actually remove this thing because we don't want a lot of HTML inside our React router. I'm gonna be just making use of switch and route directly, and I'm not really a fan of like that also, so I'm gonna be posting component like this. So let me just go ahead and remove other routes for now, and this div as well, and just the home page. So on home page I want the home component, and our home component is inside the components and home. Let's see. So we cannot find that because we are already inside the components folder, so we will just want home. And right here I'm gonna remove this, change this from components home to components, right? And a little bit of cleaning, that should get us to an error. Link is not defined, so let's just import link from React Router DOM like that. And once we do that, we have a nice setup almost. Let's see what's missing. Okay, this is one of the reasons for TypeScript. A lot of people do not really like TypeScript because you can see that there's this cryptic error if you have omitted that to flag, and you sort of get lost in this whole error. But I have been you know, familiar with this error, so I know that you get that error if you're missing an attribute. So anyway, we can redirect that to login, and we can create another button which just says register, right? Register, login and register. I'm not a very great front end or UI developer, as a matter of fact. I know how to build things, but I suck at designing. So yeah, I mean, if you're looking for beautiful sites, that's probably not what's gonna happen right now, but we'll get most of the things done. So I'm gonna give this 100 VH height, width as 100 v 100 vw, justify content center, align items center. Centering in div was never so easy before, only if this works. Import style.css, and there we have it, right? So I can make this as a h1, simple chat room app. We can give this a color of primary, color of secondary, just to add a little bit of effect. And I can just say that this is class name buttons, and I'm not really targeting any responsiveness or anything in this one, but that should be easy to achieve. I'm just gonna say that this has a width of, let's say, 480 pixels, display flex, justify content space between, and that should get us something like that. Okay, that's fine, not a problem. And for app center, we can also say text align center, so that we get something like this. Not the best interface in the world, I would agree, but gets the job done. So we have these two things now. Let's just go ahead and create pages for the login and the sign up thing. So I'm gonna actually make sure that this is exact so that we do not have any falling routes in place. So we are on login now, and we have a register component to do. Can we achieve server-side rendering with this stack? You can technically, but I won't want you to do server-side rendering manually. Just go ahead and pick up tools like React, or just go ahead and pick up tools like Next.js or Gatsby for that purpose, because it gets really messy when you're trying to do it yourself. There are a lot of things which needs to be done. So go ahead and make use of those particular solutions. All right, so I'm gonna just go ahead and make a push to the repo, so that if anybody who has been following so far, if you want to just make sure your changes are in sync with me, you can do that. I'm gonna say, I don't know, basic front end setup, right? So the link for the repo is in the description. You can go ahead and visit that, and you should be able to see the whole project right now. All right, so once we have the login with us, let's just go ahead and create components for these two things, login and registration. Login from login, and similarly we want registration as well, right? And register and login. Now I said I'm gonna start off with oath as well, but I'm gonna keep it to the manual registration right now, and if we get time, we're gonna be also introducing oath registration, but only if we get time, because I could already see that this might extend for some time. But anyway, here are two pages, so let's just export default function register. I'm gonna say this is just a simple h1 register, and this is a simple h1 login, right? And we need React at the top because we are using JSX one more time. And oops, we need React here as well. So now if we go ahead and go back, you can see that it's sort of working. If I go to login, if I go to register, and the back button also works, thanks to the React router DOM. So let's just go ahead and quickly spin up a form. What I'm gonna do is just go ahead and create a very simple form here, nothing fancy. I'm gonna say it should be class name. I'm gonna say this would be, let's say, material UI text field. So we want to make use of the text field API, that is the text field components from material UI, which is going to give us a nice text field like these out of the box, right? So I'm gonna say text field right away, and I can import it thanks to TypeScript. That's it for the most part, I guess, right? You can have placeholder like you know, you@awesome.com, or yeah, let's keep it to email right now, and we can say the label is your email, and variant would be, okay, variant would be outlined. This is my favorite variant, to be honest, from Material UI. I don't know what variants you guys like, but outline seems pretty cool to me. Then we can have a password as the label, password, right? So once we do that, go back to the app, go to register. You can see that we have your email and password. Let's just make this a little bit nicer. I'm gonna go ahead and have this form dot form, basically the same styles. We can actually go ahead and share the classes as well, but I'm not gonna do that for now. It's fine. I'm gonna have the form like this, and I think this should work only if I include the style.css file with me, right? So we have this in place. Now let's just go ahead and make sure this is flex direction of column, right? So that we get something like this. Then I'm gonna make sure we have class name as register fields, and we can give it a similar thing, display flex and flex direction column, right? All right, looks good to me. We can also have a little bit of padding and margin. You can use it directly from here, or you can give it in the CSS. It's fine, but I'm not really interested in that right now. Let's just give it a width of 480 pixels. And I'm gonna have two attributes here set to full width so that we get the full width like this, right? All right, we can actually give a little bit of spacing to, let's see. So we have a div as this thing. So I'm just gonna say that the immediate div inside, oops, that is SAS. So we will have margin bottom of, oops, 20 pixels, right? So this will create a little space for us. That's fine. Then finally, let's have a button which just says register. So this would be variant contained. Let's see. And on click, I want to register user. So here's the first encounter for our backend API calling. So now what we're gonna do is, let me just go ahead and give it a color first. So here we are. Now what we're gonna do is create inside this register user. What I'm gonna do is call the backend, that is the Node API which we have. Then based upon that, what we're gonna do is just register that particular user inside the MongoDB, right? So first things first, once we have this, let's just go ahead and try to call the backend. I'm going to create this as an async function. Right now I'm just hard coding the URL. Ideally you would want it to detect the environment itself and then choose the appropriate URL, but in this case I'm going to have localhost 1337/API/ let's say register, right? Method should be post, body should be json.stringify our email and password, which we do not have access to yet. So let's just go ahead and create that. I'm gonna have email, set email as useState empty string, and similarly for password, set password useState empty string. We can say the value of this is email, and on change I want the set email to set to e.target.value, right? Because when you're changing text, this is where the value is stored. Similar thing for the password as well. Set password, and this should be password. right? So once we do that, you're going to see that now we would have access to the email and password properties automatically. So when we make the request, it would be easier for us to just get these variables directly. So once we have that, what I'm going to do is obviously first of all store it in the result, and I'm gonna just convert the result from our server back to JSON as well. So what's happening here really is that I'm making a post request to the API register. In the body, we have the email and password, and we have our JSON payload converted from the server, right? Finally, let's just console log the result for now so that we can actually see what's happening. So let's just go ahead and create our server bit now a little bit. So inside the build, not really inside the build, inside the server.ts, you can see that we do not have a lot of activity going on here. So first of all, I'm going to create a post route on API register, and I'm going to have a request response here with me. So first things first, what we need is we need a body parser first of all, right? So I'm going to add body parser so that we can get the JSON payload from the request. So I'm going to have a body parser right here, and I'm going to say app.use body parser.json. So this would enable us to read directly from the request.body. So if I console log request.body here, we will be able to see that what's actually coming in from the client side, right? And for now, I can just say rest.json as status okay, so that we don't really hang up the server. But yeah, let's do this, and let's take a look what's happening. So if I go ahead and try to write anything, go to the networks tab, register, our request fails because we have a CORS issue, a typical CORS issue. So I'm not really gonna bother a lot right now. I'm gonna just add CORS middleware, and I'm gonna say that if we are not in production, that is if process.env.node.env is not equal to production, what we want is just app.use CORS, right? Because we only want to use CORS when we are in development, because just like I said, in production we will actually have only a single server, and these files would be static files, so there would not be any CORS issue. So here we have it, and let's add types for CORS as well. So once we do that, I think TypeScript should stop complaining. No, well, I think I did add types, right? Yeah. Why did you use Next.js? Because the title of the stream is MERN stack, and N stands for node, unfortunately, instead of next right now. But okay, I can do projects with Next.js in some other stream. Let's keep it to MERN stack for this one. So here we have it, right? We have API/register, we have CORS ready for us. Let's just go ahead and register it now, and you can see that we get status okay inside the console, which is fine. But now it's time to actually connect it to a database. Now, how do we do that? Well, just like I said, we are using MERN stack in this one, so we'll be using MERN technologies. The first one is MongoDB, M for Mongo. So I'm going to be making use of Mongoose. In case you have not heard what Mongoose is, it's basically an ORM for MongoDB, which allows you to interact with Mongo in a sort of systematic way. I won't really say special way, it's just a layer of abstraction over APIs, but yeah, it makes your life much easier. So let's just go ahead and add Mongoose to our oops, not here. I wonder how many packages I have installed here. Yeah, no. We don't really want node modules here. Inside client, I'm gonna install React Router DOM, and inside server I want to install CORS, right? And we want to remove the package and yarn from here. All right, so again, TypeScript is not very happy with us, but anyway, let's just go ahead and add types for course as well one more time, because why not? So I'm gonna just commit at this point before we start adding starting to add MongoDB now. So if you want, you can go ahead and follow along. You can just go ahead and pull the files, relevant files for yourself and set up. You can start continuing from here as well. Link for this repo where I pushed it is in the description, so you can go ahead and check that out. All right, so once we have that in place, the next step is to actually start your MongoDB server, right? Now I'm hoping that you have MongoDB installed on your systems. If not, quickly go ahead, pause the live stream, install it, and resume it when you do have that. So what we need to do now is basically, if you do not have MongoDB, just go ahead and install MongoDB. Number one, I do have MongoDB, but I have it in a very special way, I would say, because I'm using a Docker container. So just forget about what's happening right now. Actually, let me just go ahead and not do that in front of you at all. So let me just see if my MongoDB is even running or not. So, or actually just go ahead. Let me just go ahead and do nothing like that and open robo3t. So robo3t is robo3t is a client which can be used to connect to your MongoDB instances, right? So robo3t, you can download robo3t for free as well. So let me just go ahead and open this first. And I agree, next, finish. Okay, and why does it look so ugly? I have no idea. But anyway. Oh my god. I don't know what happened to robo3t, but can't really say. So anyway, let's start to connect with the local code dam. Yeah, that's what I thought. I think it would not work for my system because I have the Docker running. Just give me 1 second. Code dam MongoDB. Okay. I think Mongoose, my MongoDB actually requires a set of authentication as well. So let me just go ahead and use the Studio 3T anyway. Let's not use the MongoDB, the Robo 3T client. But right now I want you to find a Robo 3T or a Studio 3T or whatever client you have with you and set up a connection to MongoDB, which is our local MongoDB, right? So you can see this is my local MongoDB right now. I have 4 databases, out of which these 3 are automatically created. So let's just go ahead and create a database. I'm gonna create a database called CodeDam Live. So this is our database, and right here I'm gonna just add a collection. Not really necessary, but we can just go ahead and create a users collection, right? And I exactly don't remember what is the authentication for this. I have a huge password, I guess, but anyway, what we can do is, let me just go ahead and close this. Let's go and connect our database right here. So you can see that we have Mongoose installed with us. We just installed Mongoose, right? Let's just go ahead and import Mongoose from Mongoose. And one thing which we want to do is do connect to Mongoose first of all. And let me just go ahead and add the types for Mongoose as well, so that we don't have to guess the APIs and everything. And only TypeScript allows us now to use those. And I think I messed up again. Yup. Package and yarn. Yarn add types Mongoose. dev and restart the TypeScript server. All right, so now if I write mongoose.connect, we get a nice little auto completion with us. So let's write mongodb, and for you what is going to be most likely is just 27017 and code down like that's it. For you it would be something like this, but for me, because I have authentication in place, I need to have something like this. So my username and password, and then I also have to set the auth source to admin. Now this is for me, for my system. For your system it would most likely be mongoose.connect mongodb, as simple as mongodb localhost 27017, and code down live. That's it. So once we have done this, Mongoose would automatically connect MongoDB in the background, and whatever queries which we are making right now will actually wait for this connection to complete. And once it is, it will then make all those queries. So we are fine here for not awaiting or doing anything. So what I want to do next is, let's see if we can get the db out of mongoose.connection.db. Yep, so we have the database as the object now. Now ideally what we should do is create a user's model and then use that particular model to do that. That is one way, but I'm gonna be lazy in this one. I'm just gonna go ahead and use db.collection like this, and I'm gonna say users, and then I'm just gonna start inserting or just doing stuff. I'm going to say insert one, and the doc which we will create would be email is request.body.email, and password is request.body.password. Again, one red flag, not hashing the password, right? I'm actually added as a to-do thing, right? So that you can build upon this assignment. I can already see that it's 48 minutes for the stream, so we can't really do everything from the upfront. So I'm gonna probably come back to these things when we are done. But yeah, let me just go ahead and get started with this one first. So once we have that done, what I'm gonna do next is just check if we have the email and password actually available from the request, right? So if we do not have email or password, I'm just gonna say this.json error, and error is invalid email password, right? So okay, I think we should actually build models as well, because that will actually create a lot of cleanness right here. So let's just go ahead and create models. Why not? I'm going to have a user.ts model here, and I'm going to have mongoose from mongoose, and I'm going to say user model is mongoose dot schema dot, I actually don't remember the exact syntax for this mongoose models. So let's just take a quick look at how the model looks like. Yeah, mongoose.schema. So it's new mongoose.schema, and right here I think we specify the collection. Yep, I'm gonna have this inside the users collection, and how it will look like is email would be type string, required true, and unique true as well, right? And password would be of type string, required true, yep, but obviously not unique, because two people can have same passwords, not a problem. So what we want is our model to be mongoose.model, let's say user model, and oops, user model like that, or we can just export default the model like that, and we can use it directly right here. So what I'm going to do next is I'm going to just import user from this particular user models user, and then finally, instead of just getting this db and everything, what we can do is we can just start saying user dot insert, or not really user as well. I can just go ahead and say const user is new user, and I can specify email and password, right? So what this would do is that it might crash on the sense that if email is repeated, right? So what we want to do is probably throw it inside a try catch block, or not really. We not need a user.save here as well, which would actually trigger that particular thing. So if we have any error, first of all, let's just console log that particular error. And then finally we can say rest.json status error, and most likely the cause of error would be duplicate email, but you might want to check what is the error using the error status code. Finally, let's just make this async, and I will still have this to do flag right here with me. So right now what we have done is we have connected it with the database. Let's just go ahead and give it a spin so that we can actually verify. So mehul@codedump.com, and my password is same, so I'm going to go ahead and register it. So we get invalid email and password. Okay, and if we take a look inside the thing, we have an empty object with us. So let's see what's happening. Our request payload is fine, but our content type is wrong. So what we need to do is update our content type inside our request. So let's just go ahead and see. Types react router DOM. Right, so let's just go ahead and see where we were registering right here, right? So what we want to do is have a headers of content type set to application JSON, because you're sending application JSON data to the backend, right? You're not sending plain text data. Now ideally you could also extract this out in a helper method, helper function, and do like stuff like that, but you would really want to have some sort of helper method ideally, but I'm just keeping it like this for the first request. And we can have this as the keyboard event. Keyboard event. And what the hell? Enter. Whatever, man. Let's just give it an any. Why not? It should actually auto detect this, but I'm not really sure why it did not detect the event. But anyway, what is going on? CD client. I think Material UI brings its own types, right? I don't think we actually have to add Material UI types. Yep. So why is it saying that it cannot find module? That is weird. Did I just accidentally blow up the node modules for the client? I don't know. Okay, looks good to me now. Let's reload, and we can still see that there's this error. Let's just try to restart this server of ours. Anyway, meanwhile, let's just take a look at the backend code. Meanwhile, let me just go ahead and take some questions. We are not using any hashing algorithms right now. That is what I wrote in the to-do part, that you should create a hash of the password and then store it. You're gonna ideally use bcrypt for that particular hash. So yeah, I mean, we should hash the password, but I'm not really doing it right now. This is a task, this is an assignment for you. So there's a package called bcrypt, CRYPT, which you can use for that particular thing. All right, so once we have restarted the app, it's fine now. So let's just go ahead and try to register it once again. Register console, we get status okay, which does not give us a lot of information, to be honest. So let's just take a look, and we can see there's no No problems, no warnings, nothing like that. So if we go ahead and take a look inside our database, which I think I closed, what we should find is that we should have a particular user registered, right? So let me just go ahead, connect to local. We have a codedam live users, and if we take a look inside this, you can see that we have a single user registered with us, which is having an email of mehul@codedam.com and password as well. Now you want this password to be hashed, just like I said, but this is a start, right? So once we have done that, next thing is obviously setting up the login part. So let's just quickly do that as well. I'm gonna go ahead and copy paste this whole thing because login would probably be the same, except for the fact this is fine, this is fine, this would be login, this could be login user. Oops, login user, and this would be login user. Again, this would change to API login. Everything is same, and then finally we just console log it, right? In fact, the styles could also be same. You can eventually go ahead and move these styles up the hierarchy, but I'm gonna just keep it like this for this video purpose. Let's go ahead. On login we have similar thing, and one thing which I want to do is go to the backend now and create an API login route, right? So I'm gonna go ahead and say app.post login, that is API/login. Now async request response, email password, again we'll get it from the request.body. You can console log the request.body if you want to see what's coming in, but because we have done the registration API correctly, I'm pretty sure that this is fine as well. So once we are here, again, because we have the user model with us now, we can go ahead and make use of fancy things like this. So I can go ahead and say await user.find1, and I can say email and password are the two things which should match, right? So once we have a record for a particular user, that is going to give me that particular thing. Now one quick hack which you can do with Mongoose is you can make use of this lean keyword, which is basically going to strip away all the metadata which Mongoose ships with. So you can see that it says that documents returned from the queries with the lean option are plain JavaScript objects, not Mongoose documents. So if you're not going to modify the document from Mongoose, like, you know, if you're not going to make use of methods like user.save, something like this, you can go ahead and make use of this lean keyword. It makes your queries a little bit faster, and it also enables you to have a plain JSON object with you instead of a rich MongoDB object, Mongoose object. So again, finally we can say user like this, and finally I can say return status okay, and user data as the user, right? If we do not have a user, I can say return status error, and error is not found, right? Or maybe user not found. So once we have done that, let's just go ahead, go back, and on the registration page, what I'm gonna do is right here, I'm gonna say if rest.status is equal to okay, we know that the user has been authenticated successfully. So I'm gonna just go ahead and say that alert, you are logged in, typical stuff. Else I'm gonna say alert rest.error, right? Because if that status is not okay, we have an error property with us. All right, so with that being done, let's just go ahead and try the wallet credentials right now. Hit login, and the request is pending because I think we are not really returning anything from the server, or are we? Well, let's see what's happening on this front. So yeah, this should not be returned, it should be rest.json. I'm coming from a GraphQL code base recently, so in GraphQL code base you actually have to return it from the resolver. So that's what the muscle memory is about. But yeah, anyway, let's try it one more time. Hit login, and you can see that we get status OK and data with the record of the user, right? The complete record from the MongoDB. Yeah, I mean, let's just go ahead and we can go ahead and make use of JWT here if we want. But do we want that? Because JWT authentication is not something which you should go ahead and use in very small cases like this. But do you want to go ahead and make use of JWT here? What do you say in the chat? Out of the 40-50 people which are live right now, should we use JWT or should we use Express Sessions? Tell me about that in the chat and we can proceed with whatever you say. If I don't get a response, I'm gonna just go ahead and start with my own opinion. But if you have anything to choose from JWT versus Express Session, let me know. Okay, the first two responses which we have is JWT. So let's just go ahead and take a look at how we can use JWT in this one. So there are some practices, some good practices, some best practices for JWT. The first one is refresh tokens, right? The second one is storing JWT in memory instead of local storage. And we're gonna be denying both of these in this application, in this example, because implementing these would take a lot of time, right? To be honest, implementing them correctly would take a lot of time. So we're going to be just using JWT tokens directly, right? I'm just going to write to do here and right now. And we're going to be using local storage, right? So now the concept with JWT is that I have this data, but can I verify when the client sends back that I am mehul@codedam.com, just like in the JSON. So can I verify that that client is saying the truth? So how do we do that? Well, we do that with a JWT signed token. So I'm gonna go ahead and go into the server and I'm gonna add JWT. I think that is what the package is. JWT, nope. Yeah, JSON web token. So this is the package. It would make your life so much easier if you use this, because you don't have to deal with the hashing of the message yourself. So I don't think it comes with types. cd server yarn add types JSON web token. Let's see. Yeah, so import JWT from JSON web token, right? So once we have that, what I want to do is create the payload first. So I'm going to say payload, that is the user. The payload of the user is going to be jwt.sign, right? So this would sign a particular field, a particular object, anything in particular with a particular token. So the first thing I'm going to have is only email, because email would help us to uniquely identify that particular person, right? Which the person has which the person is using. So I'm just going to make use of email as the token, as the payload, and inside that secret we can have JWT secret token here. For this, what I want is okay, we do not have types for the models yet, so let's just not use that. Let's just keep it like this. But for tokens, for secret, I'm just gonna go ahead and probably create it right here. Ideally you want it to be inside your environment variable, but I'm just gonna keep it like here. So I can just just smash my head on the keyboard and would come up with anything, but it's better if you choose a more cryptographically random string, right? Because this could be easily brute force if you know that this is only alphabets and lowercase and everything. So you want more of a entropy sort of thing, where you have much more randomness in your secret token. Uh, refresh token would be better, Vijay. Yes, I agree. To implement refresh token, I won't really want to go right now into that because that is not our main application. But for refresh token, you would have something like a refresh call here, right? So when you're creating this particular thing, that is this particular JWT token, what's going to happen is you're going to create two particular things. The first one is the token itself, and the second one would be a refresh token, which does not contain the user data. This token would probably live for 10 to 15 minutes, but the refresh token, the life of refresh token could be as long as 6 months or something, right? So you're going to be always storing the JWT token in the memory. That is, you're going to never store it in local storage or anywhere, but you can go ahead and store this refresh token. You can store the refresh token inside the HTTP only cookie, right? So if you store the refresh token, you can say request.cookie. I don't exactly remember how you set cookies in Express, but set cookie, I think. I don't know. But you sort of set the cookie to be your refresh token, right? So once you do that, whenever you make a request to any particular endpoint and it sees that your Express token, your JWT token is about to expire, that refreshes that particular token. It signs it again, and you can request that particular thing again. You get that particular token again. So you can find good guides on internet how to implement that, but it's going to take a while to implement refresh tokens. So I'm not really going into it for the live stream because we still have a lot of work to do. So we have the payload with us, which would be a signed thing. So inside of the user, instead of sending the user, I'm going to send the payload. So there's that. Let's just go ahead and try to log in now. And if we take a look, you can see that we get data, something like this, which is now a huge string. So if we go ahead and copy this out to jwt.io, what you're going to see is that we actually have this thing, right? So you can see that we have the creation time of the token and we have whatever we signed it with. So the next thing obviously is we already have sent it to the client. So there we have it. Just like I said, if the status is okay, we're gonna have set item it to token, and I'm gonna say this is rest.data. But again, just like I said, this is bad practice. So you want to change it to refresh tokens, but I'm not gonna do it in the live stream. But this could be an assignment, right? This could be an assignment for you. Just figure out how you can implement refresh tokens. I just gave you a blueprint. There are some guides, I can link you to them, but yeah, that's more like it. This video will be available on the YouTube after live, obviously. I'm not really somebody who wants to just do some exclusive events, at least not right now. So yeah, this would be available. But anyway, you can follow along right now and you can ask questions if you want. So once you have the token with us inside the local storage, one thing which you could do, mehul@codedam.com. Okay, we have the token, and if we go to the local storage, you can also see that we have, oh, we do not have the token stored now, do we? Because this is the registration page. We want this to be the login page, right? mehul@codedam.com. Login, you are logged in, and inside our local storage you can see that we have the token available with us now. So let's just go ahead and quickly create a fetch wrapper as well for ourselves, so that we can just abstract away all these things which are happening right now. So I'm going to go ahead inside src and I'm going to create utility.ts, and I'm going to export function, I don't know, API call. URL would be the first thing, right? And what we want to do is just make this async first of all, Secondly, I want to have a fetch, or let me just go ahead and have a result something like this: await fetch URL. Now most all of our requests would be post. I know this because, well, I am designing the server, but if you have different requirements, you can modify it here. Our body would be the payload. This payload would be an object with a key of string and a value of any. Right, I think I wrote that right, but this would be json.stringify payload. And what we want is convert the response from the server into JSON, because again I'm writing the JSON server, so I know that response would always be JSON. And finally, we also want the headers to have the content type of application JSON. Now, one interesting thing which we would include in here is the x-axis token. Now, because now we are using JWT for our application, we can go ahead and figure out if we have local storage.get item token with us, then I want to make use of that. Otherwise, I'll just keep it empty, right? The x-axis token would be populated on every request after we log in. This would allow us to actually on the backend validate whether the person is authentic or not, right? So we can finally return the response from the call, and this should be it, I believe. Let's just go ahead and replace the API call for login with this. So I'm gonna replace this completely. I'm gonna import this API call, and I'm gonna say but actually let me just go ahead and let's see. So we know that we are in development. One quick and dirty way, so I can say is development is, we know we are in development if our location.hostname is localhost, right? Now this is a dirty way to actually detect, but it will get our job done for at least for this project. So you'd see that location.hostname would be localhost for us. It will fail if you're accessing it from an IP address or private IP address, but I mean, it's fine for now. Is production would only be there when we are not on development, right? So we can have both of these available throughout our application in order to just detect if you are running in development or in production. So what I can say, the reason I did that is because if we have something like this, what we can do is we can say URL is, or maybe like API URL, and we can move it outside. I can say if it is production, then what I want is I want it to be empty. Now the reason for that, I'll just tell you in a moment. Localhost 1337. Now the reason for that is because I'm going to combine this with the API URL, and I'm going to have the path like this. So what's going to happen is if you're on development machine, it's going to turn out to be localhost 1337 and whatever the path you pass, right? When you're in development. When you're in production, it's just going to be the path you passed. Now in production, your actual server would be delivering these files as well. So you are effectively, if, for example, if this site is deployed on codedamn.com, you're effectively calling codedamn.com/API directly, right? Instead of just specifying the whole domain. So once that is done, let's just go ahead and write only API and login this time, because it will automatically take care if you're on production or development. And for the payload part, we can have the email and password set like this, right? So once we have that, we will have the response and everything would be taken care of. And yep, login user would look fine. Similarly for registration, let's just go ahead and replace this with the API call, API register, email, password, like that. And we can just say console log res for the result part, right? And yep, looks good to me. So at this point, expected use of location, And why is that? Window, does it want window? Well, okay. So if I go ahead on register now, and if I go ahead and create codedam@mehul.com, why the hell not, and password as the same thing, register, we get a status okay. We go back, and how does that Robo 3T of R gets closed, Studio 3T? But anyway, we go back and to the login page, or when we are here, let's just go ahead and take a look in the Codedam live. You can see that we have two records now. Codedam@mehul.com is also present now. So if I go ahead to log in, paste it, log in, and you are logged in. Awesome. So looks good, right? We get all the response and everything. So yep, our local storage token is also set. Next thing, let's just go ahead and build the WebSocket server now. So once we are logged in, we want to have an interface for chat. So let's just go ahead and create that. The chat is first thing. What I'm going to do is have an index.tsx right here, and I'm going to have export default function chat, right? Return h1, and this would be chat page. So at this page, at this particular component, what we want is we want import React from React. We want people to interact live. We want people to actually be able to send messages to other people, and they should be able to see that as well. So how do we do that? Well, at this point, I'll just commit the code, and let's say chat app deployment, right? And let's push it to the master. So you can just take a look at whatever we have done so far. We have basically just done authentication. We have made connection with MongoDB, and that's it. That's all we have done. Now we're going to be taking a look at how we can set up the WebSocket front, which is the actual application which we need, and we'll be connecting it to this particular component. So let's get into that bit now. All right, so once we are here, the next thing we want is we now have two options, right? The first option is that we use the WebSocket server and the HTTP server on the same port, number one. Number two is we use WebSocket server and the HTTP server on different ports. Now I always like to use WebSocket and HTTP servers on the same port because first of all, it saves you a port, and secondly, it looks sort of cleaner. But if you want, you can use it on a different port as well, just to not mess around with the settings. So first thing is I'm gonna go back to the Chrome browser, and we're gonna be taking a look at the WebSocket npm package, right? So this package right here, this WebSocket package, is basically going to allow us to create a node socket, right? A node server, not really a socket. And I believe this is the one. Yeah, this is the one. So let's just go ahead and set this up now. I'm going to go back into the server folder, and I'm going to say yarn add WebSocket, right? So this has a short little tiny name with it, and this would be it. Now what we can do is just go into this folder and set up a WebSocket.ts file, so that we can keep these two files separately. But I can just go ahead and say set up WebSocket server right here, right? So I can go ahead and say import setup WebSocket server from WebSocket like this, and that would get our job done. So what we want to do is we want to, right here in this particular file, I want to say export default function setup WebSocket server, and here we will set up our WebSocket server. Can we check the app live now it's not live yet, but you can find the link for the app in the description. That is the GitHub link, but we will be deploying it on AWS. So once we do that, you can probably go ahead and interact with that. So who's ready for some WebSocket magic? I think I actually added the WebSocket. Ooh, I did it once again. Package and yarn. I think I added the WebSocket server, but anyway, let's import WebSocket from AWS, and probably we would have a server in place now. So let's just go ahead and take a look at how we can set this up. I'm gonna not really use any of these options at all. So let's just fix that first of all and get rid of all of this, right? Those are some advanced options. You don't really want them right away. If you want to have a very fine-tuned configuration with WebSockets, then you can go ahead and do that. So I'm gonna open the port 21338, right? And let's just go ahead and cd into server, yarn add types WebSocket, because TypeScript is complaining to us. And once we do that, we should be now ready to have some WebSocket magic. So I can say WebSocket.on, and that is what it is, right? We create a WebSocket server and then we add events on top of that. No, not this one. This is, we want the connection event first of all. Oops. So once we have the connection event with us, what's going to happen is that this means a single client has joined. A single client has joined the server. So whenever that particular client sends a message, there would be an incoming message. So what we want is, we first of all want to process that particular message. So we're going to say message is process message, and we could probably name this as payload, right? So now what this process would look like, let's just go ahead and import it from the utility functions, utility or IES, whatever, from a file which we will just create now. So what we want is that whenever a person is sending a payload, because we are not using any socket.io or anything or any sort of library like that, we want to process the message manually. And the easiest way to do that is to have to and fro communication with the JSON as the base message, right? So somebody asked me, what are WebSockets in 30 seconds? WebSockets in 30 seconds would be a technology which allows two computers to talk simultaneously. So WebSockets are telephone for you, and HTTP is a letter for you. So if you send somebody a letter, you are sending the letter and then waiting for that person to get that letter, and then that person can send the letter back to you. But with WebSockets, you are basically on telephone. Both of you can speak at the same time. Both of you can, in real time exchange the data. So that's that. So anyway, let's start with the process message function. I'm going to export default, not really default, export function process message. Again, this would be a payload. We don't know what this is, but except for the fact that it would be a string, right? So what I want to do is, I want to try to return json.parse this payload. If we cannot do it, that means we have either received a corrupted payload, or it's not something which we want to work with. So we do something like this. We pass in the payload first, and I just go ahead and let's see. And I just go ahead and check if we do not have message with us. That means that corrupted message from client, ignore, right? So I'm just gonna return. Otherwise, now we have a processed parsed message. So I can say .ws.send json.stringify message. So we are basically echoing back that message to that person again, right? So there's that. The next thing is, what we want to do inside the chat function, inside the chat page is, let me just go ahead and actually take a look. We want to push the router first. So I actually don't remember exactly, but there used to be a use history hook. I'm not really sure. History.push. Yep. So history.push was what it is. The chat page, right? So once the person is logged in, we push it to the chat page, and right here inside the React router, we can have a chat page like this, and we can have chat as the component extracted as well. So once we have that, what we want is whenever the person arrives at this particular page, a WebSocket connection should be made to the backend, right? And when that connection is being made, I want to authenticate as well if that person is a legit user or not. And how we would do that is with the help of the JWT token which we just set up, right? So let's just go ahead, take a look at the app, what we have done so far. We can just go ahead and log in with mehul.codedan.com, log in like that. You are logged in. We get to a chat page. Now we have to make a WebSocket connection request. So let's just go ahead and do that really quick in a dirty way right now. We're gonna be improving this definitely. I'm gonna say WS is new WebSocket to localhost 1338 right now, and yeah, I'm just gonna say ws.send json.stringify status okay, right? So if I go ahead and oops, this should be ws, not http. So there we have it, and yeah, ws.on, ws.add event listener, open. Whenever it opens, only then we want to do that. And because this is going to be a single time event, I can also add once true so that it takes care of the cleanup for us. So once we have that, you can see inside the messages, if I go ahead and see, we send a status okay, we get a status okay back because that was a legit JSON payload. That is why the echoing worked. But the things which are missing right now is the authentication, so that I can actually know that the right person connected to the WebSocket server and not just anybody. So let's just go ahead and implement that. But I'll probably just create a 2-minute, I just have a 2-minute break here. So I'll just see you guys in 2 minutes and we can basically resume our application. So far what we have done, actually let me just go ahead and push the code before we switch back. So I'm gonna say ready for WebSocket communication. Just take a look at the whole code which we have done so far. It's in the description. The link for the code would be in the description. Set it up nicely if you have any missing pieces yet. And after 2 minutes, we'll be starting off with the actual UI for the chat, the validation of the person with the JWT, and finally be deploying it on AWS as well. So I'll see you in just 2 minutes. All right, so let's get back to the actual setup for the WebSocket now. So far you have seen that we have set up everything correctly. Um, why was the last commit was 3 hours ago? I don't think that should be happening. Let me just go ahead and check if I did not post the wrong link. Uh, let's see. Well, I can see it's 4 minutes ago, the last commit, so I'm not really sure. I was actually also reading the chat. Somebody mentioned this is pre-recorded. Umar Farouk. It's not pre-recorded, unfortunately. But anyway, let's get back to the implementation part of the WebSocket now. So first of all, let's just go ahead and get up with the front end real quick, a little bit of front end. Hopefully you had the time now to actually just review the code and set it up as well if you're following along. So let me just go ahead and close a lot of tabs. I cannot really work a lot if so many tabs are open. But anyway, let's just create a quick little area. So I'm gonna have this as the class name chat box, right? And this would be chat page, chat box. We're gonna have a text field for sending the messages. So text field, let's see what we can name it is, value would be chat message, right? And variant outlined, again color primary. About the chat message, this would be a simple state variable, set chat message, use state of string, right? We can just get rid of this, it will automatically detect that. But yeah, once we have that, we can also create a button which just says send message, right? Now you can be fancy here, you can have icon buttons and stuff like that, but I'm really leaving you the fancy stuff to you, and we are just focusing on the core functionality so that you have the best practices. Not really the best practices, but you know about the best practices as well, and you are able to finish the project and at least enhance the project in your own way. So variant outlined and color primary, right? So once we have done that, let's just go ahead and also do setup on change on that field. So I want set chat message to e.target.value, right? So once we have done that, whenever I type anything message and I can press on that, I want to send this message to the backend, right? So what we're gonna have is send message as the function here. Now with the React, WebSockets tend to get a little bit tricky because of the fact that WebSockets you can just create them in a single place, but to manage them, that this should be available all over the place, right? So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna actually go ahead and let's see how we should approach this. So we want a reference of the WebSocket here. So what we can do is have a state variable saying WebSocket ref, set WebSocket ref as a use state, right? Null. So I can say this would be either null or a WebSocket, right? So this is where TypeScript will just let us define something. So once we have done that, I'm gonna say set WebSocket ref to WS, right? So what's happening here is that we created a WebSocket reference. We can either have a null value in that, or we can have an actual WebSocket value in that, right? So if we have a WebSocket value, this is how we set it. That is the actual WebSocket which we connected, and then we can go ahead and make use of this particular reference all around the component. But one important thing you should remember is when you're just mounting off from the component, you probably want to call WebSocket.close, and yeah, you might want to clear the reference as well. You might be tempted to do that, but it will be automatically handled because this effect runs only when the component is unmounted, right? So you don't really want to do that unless you are creating a more sophisticated architecture where you also detect if the WebSocket connection drops, then what should happen. But right now I'm not really worried about that, because that is then another whole ballpark, right? So once we have done that, what I want to do next is the WS ref should be the first of all we should just make sure that the connection state where is the ready state is equal to WebSocket.connected open. If the WebSocket is connected, then only we want to send the message. Otherwise, oops, WebSocket not connected. Otherwise, I just want to return it, right? So if that's not the case, then we know that WebSocket is connected. So I can just go ahead and directly say .send. I can say message as the as the chat message which we have right here. Now, yeah, just JSON.stringify it. Now, one thing which you could do in terms of authentication at this point is that either I can send the payload, that is the token, JWT token, on every particular message, and the server then decodes that particular JWT token on every particular request, and that whole process follows along. That is one thing, right? The other thing is that I just don't allow a particular person to connect to WebSocket if that person is not authenticated. So that gives us a door that a person who's connected to WebSocket, I'm pretty sure that that person is authenticated, right? And we can actually store that particular authentication data as well. Let me just show you how we can do that. But right now, because we do not have any authentication with us, so this should work just out of the box, right? So let's just go ahead and take a look here. We have a localhost WebSocket connection. Write a message, send. You can see that it sends the message, and this is the same message which is echoed back from the server, because we are just echoing back that particular thing, right? So let me just go ahead and actually make this a multi-line as well, and rows should be, I don't know, 10, or maybe we could just keep it 2, or maybe we don't even need it to be a multi-line thing. But anyway, so you can see that when I send that, it sends the message correctly, and server also responds to the message correctly. So this is one thing. The next thing which we want to do is we want to accompany the response of the server, right? So what I want to do, first of all, is from the server side inside the WebSocket.ts, I'm gonna say, instead of just having like this, I'm gonna also have a user field which is by default just set to admin, or maybe by default set to the self, right? So now if I go ahead and send a message, refresh, send a message, what's gonna happen is we get a user of self. And why the hell do we have a message like this, right? So now if you go ahead and try it again, you're gonna see messages this thing and user is self. So let's just go ahead and append that particular thing inside that particular chat box. So I'm gonna have a chat messages as a state variable here, and I'm gonna have this chat messages set chat messages as a use state, but this time I'm gonna have it a message type, right? So what this message type would be, let's just define it quickly inside TypeScript so that we have a clarity in mind. So this would be, the first thing would be obviously the user would be of string, the message would be of string, right? We can also include date and stuff here. Ideally you would want to have date as date, or maybe as string or as number, but I'm just leaving that to you as an assignment, right? So try to include date there as well. So once we have chat messages in place, what I want to do is map over that individual message and return, let's say, div class name message, and I say why do we have so many mirrors? Yeah, so div class name author is message dot user, right? And the div class name text would be message dot message. Well, not the best choice of variables there, but you get the idea. And finally, you can just give it a key of I don't know, you can just keep it an index as well. It does not really matter because the order for the messages won't be changing for the most part, right? So there's that. Next thing you want to do is you want to append all the new messages to this chat messages. So you want to say that ws dot add event listener, whenever you get a message from the server itself, what you want to do, that would be inside event. I think that arrives inside the data. I'm not really sure. Event.data is something. Yeah, this should be our message ideally, I believe. So what we want to do is process message again. Data. I'm gonna say message is process message, and this could be a very simple function, just like this. You can extract it to a utility function if you want. Payload, this would be a string. I want to say that try to do a JSON parse of the message. If you're unsuccessful, that means corrupted data, and I just want to return null. So if we do not have a message with us, it's fine. But if we do have a message with us, I'm gonna check if message dot okay, so we can have another thing here with the intent, right? So I can have an intent of chat here, and I can just populate this as intent of string, or maybe just chat here for now, right? So I can say that this message could be basically null or message, right? So if message dot intent is equal to chat, that means that we want to append a new message inside that particular thing, inside that chat messages, right? So I want to say, I want to set messages, set chat messages. Now this bit is a little bit important. Why? Because you cannot just go ahead and set chat messages directly. You have to make sure that older messages are not lost. So old messages, return old messages, and then finally I'll just append this particular message. Somebody asked, is index as key the best practice? It depends on the fact if your data is changing or not. If your data is changing, when in this case it would be, so you ideally want to not have index as the key. But if you have static data which is not changing, then you can go ahead and make use of index. I'll probably get rid of this index as the key later on, but for now, because we do not have any unique identifier yet, I'm just gonna keep it like this. The other problem which we have right now is that this should be sent chat messages, right? So there's that. And all right, so let's see how that bit looks like right now. I hope that is fine. So let's just see and write hello, send. So we get self hello, and hello world, send message, we get self hello world. Looks fine. We can obviously have a bit of styling here. So let's just go ahead and take a look at material UI list item. Would not be the best, I won't say it's the best component for the chat, but it could probably just get along with what I'm trying to do. So let's see. Yeah, this one. Let's just go ahead and copy a single list item from this thing. So instead of this message thing, what we can have is this one could be message.user. This one could be message.message, right? And I guess this was what it was, right? No, not exactly. This should be inside the message. This should be right here, message.user, right? And we can just keep it to a broken link, not a problem, because we don't really have anything right now. So let me just go ahead and import everything. So once we do that, we should have a nice little interface right now. Let's just give the key back again to index. So we can resolve star.module. Let's just remove that and let's see. All right. So now if we go back to the React app, we can see that if I write hello, then message, we have self hello, I don't know, hello world, self hello world. So it sort of looks like it's working, right? One thing which we can do is when we send the message, we can set the chat message to an empty string so that, you know, we just don't repeat everything. So okay, for self it's working fine. The idea is that we are actually sending the message, but we are not appending it when we send, we append it when we receive, right? So when you're running it on the production, there might be a very small hiccup in your personal message because it's doing a round trip. It's going to the server first, and then it's going to fetch that information that yes, there's a new message on the server. So there's that, right? Now the next thing is we want to store these individual messages. We want to store these individual things inside MongoDB, inside Mongoose, so that we can actually save these messages as well if you want to take a look later on. Somebody asked that after cloning the repo, what do we do with the server directory? After cloning the repo, the first thing you have to do with the server directory is do the yarn install, which would install the relevant packages. Once you do that, you have to go back to the terminal and write a bunch of things. First of all, inside your MERN project server build folder, write node-mon server.js. If that file is not present yet, just go ahead and start this TSC watch. So you have to do two things. First of all, do the TSC watch thing inside your server directory. After that, you'll see that you have a build folder. Go into that build folder and run node-mon server.js and you should be good to go. Okay, so coming back to the actual thing which we were doing, the next thing is just storing the messages, the individual messages inside the Mongoose. So how should we do that? Well, to do that, let's just create another model. This would be messages.ts, right? And I'll just bluntly copy this particular thing, but I'm gonna change this message model like this, and there we have it. So the next thing which we want to do is right now we do not have any unique identifier for the user except the email, right? So I'm gonna just keep email as the unique identifier anyway around for now. Here we will have a message as the payload, so type string required true would be true again. This would not be unique because a single person can have multiple messages. We can also have a date as the type string. If you want to store it as a string, you can do that. If you want to store it as a date, you can also do that. We can set this to require true as well, but what we can do is let's just do that, no problem. And let's just convert this to a number because we will be making use of date.now for now, right? So this returns a number. We will not be storing a date exactly. So there's that. I think that should be a good enough start because we are using just a single room, so we don't really need to have a room ID or anything like that. So once we have that in place, inside the websocket.ts, what I want is whenever I'm receiving a message, I want to store it as a new message inside the MongoDB as well. So I'm going to say import message from models messages, right? I'm going to say there's a new message, and what it would be, it would have an email address of something, or maybe like new message, something like that. It will have an email address of the user. So again, we have not done the authentication yet, so I'm just going to hard code this. It will have a message property, which would come directly from message.message, right? Because that is what we are sending right now. Ideally, we should have a validation here as well, but message.message is a string which we are sending directly when we are pressing on that particular button. So what we want to do next is, once we have stored it, I'm just going to have new message.save right here. But see that I'm not making use of await here. Now the reason I'm not making use of await here is because I don't really want my WebSocket to not respond or to hang, or just to freeze on every particular individual message. So this would actually queue a task in background. So it will queue the task in background, and it will just keep on executing. That is, it will send the ws.send as well along the way. So this is one thing. The next thing is to test out this setup, right? Because I think we have done a lot of things without actually testing out anything yet. So let's just, oops, I think I closed everything from my end. So let's just fire up the Studio 3T again. For you, it would be something like I don't know, Robo 3T or anything like that. So I'm just gonna go ahead and collect to local code live. We have users collection now, no messages collection. So let's just go ahead and send some messages here. Hello world, right? Now if we go ahead and refresh all, we still have no messages with us because of the fact, I believe, is that I did not change the collection in the model. Yup, messages, right? So there's that. So the next thing is just try it one more time and send message, and first of all refresh, send message, take a look inside the collection, and we still got nothing, right? So why is that? Let's just go ahead and await this now instead of, or maybe just have .then message added, and if there's an error we can say error console log some error, right? So there's that. And let's just try it one more time. Send message, and after refresh, obviously, because we lost the connection to the server. And okay, we get an error that the date is required. It's fine because this is the way we added the schema, right? So the date would be date.now. Once that is done, we can refresh, we can try to send more messages, and we have message model validation failed, message is required. Okay, message is required. Let's see what we are actually adding. Let's just console log the message, what's happening, right? So let's refresh, send some message, and now we get message added. Okay, strange, but anyway, send message, message added, cool. So now if we take a look inside the collection, we have messages collection as well, and if we execute it, we have a bunch of messages, right? With the email, the message content, and the date available. So the next thing is that we want to have sort of a broadcast instead of an individual message call, right? So we want to maintain sort of how many people are connected on the server. For that, there are a bunch of ways to go about. There's an internal way which the WebSocket server provides us, or there's an external way where we can manage the clients ourselves. So I'm going to go ahead, and for this application, I'm going to manage our clients myself. So I'm going to have a clients array here, which would be an array of WebSocket.client. I'm not really sure if that's a class or anything, but okay, let's leave it. I'm going to have a client here, and let's see what's the class of this. Yeah, so let's make sure that this is a WebSocket array. And what I'm going to do is whenever there's a connection, I'm going to add that particular connection ID to be date.now, or maybe let's just go ahead and pull down a UUID package, which is going to give us a unique identifier. Oops, I think I added it again to the main file. So let's just go back to server and add UUID. I'm going to import the version 4 of UUID like that. I'm going to just say this is v4, and I can just say as UUID, right? So this just gives us a connection ID of that particular thing. It just creates a particular connection for us to look on, right? So I can have this as a custom WebSocket thing, and what this would be is it's a export type custom WebSocket, export interface rather, extends WebSocket, where I would just have connection ID as a string, right? And once we have done that, I can import this. We don't have the types for the UUID yet, so let's just go ahead and add those. And yep, so once we have done that, let's just go ahead and refresh the TypeScript server one more time. So we have something like this at disposal, and I'm not very sure why it has started complaining again. Let's see. So we have our custom WebSocket with us, which extends the WebSocket. I think we need to import WebSocket from AWS like this, so that we get all the relevant event listeners and everything inside. Yeah, so it's fine now. So now we have a individual ID for every WebSocket, and whenever that particular WebSocket connects, I'm gonna push it to the clients array. Now whenever that particular WebSocket closes, or maybe it's just closed, the connection is destroyed for whatever reason, if the person navigated away or the internet went down, what I want to do is I want to say that let's make it a let instead of const. So I'm going to say clients, not client, clients is equal to clients.filter WebSocket, and I'm just going to say WebSocket.connection ID, and this should be custom WebSocket as well. Connection ID is not equal to this should be actually general socket, because we already have a WS name like that, ws.connection ID, right? So what's it's doing basically is that whenever you drop the connection, it removes that from clients. And this is not a pre-recorded lecture, Umar Farouk. Again, I think I mentioned this in your previous message as well, but okay, if you think that this is pre-recorded, that's fine. It would be available as a as a session after this is over, but yeah, anyway, continuing, once we have done the cleanup, the next thing is whenever we get a message, instead of sending it like this inside of a ws.send, what I want to do is I want to broadcast this to all the clients. And how can I do that? Because now I have reference to all the clients which are currently connected. So I'm gonna say for let I 0, I less than clients dot length I plus plus, and I'm gonna just say client const client is clients of I, and I'm gonna say client dot send json dot stringify message would be message dot message, which is the message which we just got, right? Ideally we would want the username to be available to this particular socket as well, which we will have very shortly. So for now I'm just gonna say the what it is that we are expecting to send. User is self, I'm just keeping it self for everyone, and intent is chat, right? So once we have that, once we are storing the message, I can just go ahead and remove that, that's not a problem now. So once you're storing the message in the MongoDB, what we can do is we can just broadcast it to all clients. So once we have that in place, let's just go ahead and open up a Safari as well. I'm gonna go ahead and open this, and actually let me just go ahead and open the home page first. Zoom out, or maybe I think the zoom is fine. Login, or maybe not login, but register mayhole@test.com, same username, same password, register. And I think we don't really have any notifications on register, so we have to fix that, but this should work. You are logged in, close. Now we are here. I'm gonna say hello, it's sent, I get hello here, and I get hello here as well. I can say world, it's sent, I get world, and I get world here as well. So it's working fine. We are broadcasting the message to both the clients right now. So this is exactly what we want. Now, one major thing which is missing right now is the authentication part, right? So what we want to do next is implement that. We already have access to the JWT authentication tokens, so we're going to do exactly that to actually just upgrade that connection. So let's just go ahead and take a look inside the WebSocket service, and I remember there's a authentication panel. Yep, there it is. So what I want to do is actually, instead of using the WebSocket server like this, we're going to be using something like this. So let's just go back inside our server now, inside this WebSocket server. I'm gonna import the HTTP from HTTP server. First of all, this gives us that. Then we create a WebSocket server like this, right? And actually, I think we do not need this function at all. What we can do instead is inside our server.ts, just import this particular file, right? So that we initialize this WebSocket server, right? So there's that. No server true, it's fine. The next thing which we want is we want to have this particular block. Now this particular block, what this means is that the way WebSockets work is that when you are trying to establish a connection, it's a it's a normal TCP HTTP connection, but then it is upgraded to a TCP connection, that is the WebSocket connection, right? So you can intercept that handshake. This is the part where the handshake is happening, that is the upgrade is happening, and you can actually verify if that particular person is allowed to be connected or not. So in our case, what we're going to do is we're going to authenticate using JWT. So I'm going to say payload is JWT, and we're going to import JWT again, JWT from JSON Web Token. I'm going to say JWT.verify, and it's going to verify if the token which we sent is correctly coded or not. So if it is, then we're going to be allowing that person. If not, then obviously not. So how do we get the token? First of all, now for the token part, what we can do is you can make use of the path of the token as the means to transfer that particular information, because you cannot really send the token inside the header on a server upgrade event. So the best way is that we can send it on a path. I'm gonna just console log it here, and I'm gonna just let it pass right now. I'm gonna even do something like this. So there we are. There we are, and this should just work just like earlier. 1338. This should be fine. Let's remove this. So this should work just fine, but now we can get the request like this, right? So let me just go ahead and tell you about what that is exactly. This is our terminal for the server, and this is our object, right? So let's just go ahead and refresh this. So right here you can see that this is our request object, which is huge, right? So this is huge, but if we take a look, we would have let's see, if I try to initialize the connection, instead of localhost 1338, if I try to initialize the connection on this random path, and now if I go ahead and refresh this, we can see that we get this particular thing inside URL. So what we can do is we can very smartly use this particular block to actually transfer the JWT token which is available with us, right? And how we're going to do that is we can simply go ahead and append local storage.get item token. So now once we do that, request.url would contain a slash, a forward slash, and then the JWT token. So we can extract it out like this. So I can go ahead inside the WebSocket server and I can say the path is request.url. So this would actually give us a slash plus JWT token, right? Thanks just got the React app up and working and also installed the dependencies. So the server just not know what to do next with the server. Please explain. With the server, what you have to do, Adini, I hope I pronounced your name right. With server, what you have to do is just go ahead inside the server folder, inside the build folder, not really build folder first, inside the server folder, and run tsc -- watch. If you don't have tsc installed, just install it globally. Once you do that, you're going to have a build folder created. Just go into that and run nodemon server.js, and that should get your server side up, right? So you should have your WebSocket up, you should have your your Express server up. So coming back to where we were, we now have the request.url with us. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna just slice it off. I don't really remember how slice or splice worked, so let's just go ahead and take a quick look. So if I have something like this and if I do slice of 1, yeah, we get the correct output. So I'm gonna just remove that particular slash with us. So this is our token. Next thing is I want to verify our payload. So I'm going to say jwt.verify token, and I'm going to say jwt token, which is what it was, I believe. Right, so we can go ahead and export this inside utilities. Ideally, we would want this to be present inside the environment file, but it's fine for now. Let's go ahead and import that. And let's just go ahead and import JWT secret token here as well. So right now, the verify, what happens is that jwt.verify, if that token is correct, that is if token is correctly signed, we would be allowed to pass, that is the user would pass. If not, then it will fail. So I can say that if payload is not present, we want to do something like this, that I don't even want to connect the WebSocket in that particular case. But if it is present, what I can do is I can say that after the upgrade is done, I can say WebSocket dot, and I can make this as a custom WebSocket so that TypeScript wouldn't complain. So I can say WebSocket dot user email is equal to let's see, user email is equal to, why do we have this error in connection ID? Okay, let's just pull it right here. And with the user email, I can say it's simply payload.email, right? Because I believe we have the email of the user encoded inside the JSON JWT token as well. And finally, I think we can get rid of the connection ID, or maybe, just maybe, we can make the connection ID as payload.email itself, right? So I can say that payload would be a type of object only, or it would be null. Whoosh. TypeScript is, it's sort of difficult to work with, especially when it's 2 in the night. But anyway, you can just go ahead and make this a better type if you want. But I'm just gonna keep it any because I'm lazy. And argument of type. Okay. Anyway, let's just go ahead and do something like this. WS as custom WebSocket, and then we can stick that particular thing, right? This is just for TypeScript to be happy, right? It would perfectly work fine without that as well. So anyway, once we have done that, let's just take a look on if this thing is working or not. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and refresh this and see that it is actually working. We connect to the WebSocket when we are using the JWT payload with us, right? Now let's just go ahead and local storage.clear should remove our token. Let's refresh now, and you can see that our connection failed because we could not have a valid JWT token. So it's not about null, it's basically that the server actually rejected that the JSON JWT token was invalid, and actually I think it just crashes, not really it does not really just make this null, it actually crashes. So what we can do is just handle the error safely. In case of an error, we can just basically do this. If there's no error, I can say let email is a string. I can say the email is payload.email, right? And we can do it like this. All right, so now if we refresh it, you can see it still crashes because we are not logged in. So what we can do is probably just go ahead and say on the chat page that if ws.add-event-listener error, we know that the error would arrive if the person is not logged in. So I'm just gonna say alert, please log in first, and I'm just gonna say history.push login, right? Or maybe even replace, not even push, and we can get the history object, history from use history, right? So you can see we directly get please log in first, and then we are pushed like that. Anyway, expected 0 arguments but got 1. You don't have an argument. Okay, so once we have that, you can see I have to actually log in first of all in order to start working. So once I'm logged in, I can send messages, hello world, here and there. Similarly, if I am logged in as codedam@mayhole.com, login, you are logged in, here we are, world, right? Send message, stuff like that. So here we are with the authentication part, at least for now. And this is how it works. Now one more thing which we can do, which would make it actually personalized, is that instead of self, what we can do is we can say that this person now is the WebSocket dot connection ID. Now where are we getting this from? And yeah, let me just think about this, if this is correct or not. So when we get a message from the WebSocket, if the intent of the message is chat, then we broadcast it with the connection ID of that particular WebSocket. Yeah, this is fine. So what's happening is, let me just go ahead and rename this as well. So now if I go ahead and refresh this, you can see actually we have, why do we have a single message every time. Yeah, because of this, I guess. So we don't really need this. So let's start like this. And let's do one more thing. I'm just gonna explain what is happening right now, but right here inside the send message, I'm just gonna leave an intent of chat as well, so that we can just filter out if this is not a chat message. I can say if message or message dot intent is not equal to chat, I just want to return, right? So now if I refresh this, if I write hello now, I'm gonna get hello from mehul@codedam.com, which is my current account in which I'm signed in. And if I refresh this bad guy here, and if I say hello here, you're gonna see I get a message from codedam@mehul.com and codedam@mehul.com here as well, right? So this is cool. Now the app is working, right? And I can see that the app is working. Yes, it is. So it is working so far, so good. You can have multiple people. I can also open an incognito mode here. So you can see that app was not logged in, so it asked me to log in first. So I do not have a new account, so I'm going to go ahead and register one. I'm going to have a test@test.test now and register. And again, we have to work on that part. That register should respond. So anyway, test@test, login. Hey guys, it's sent. And you can see I sent the message, and this is the message received by both the people who are live, right? So we have the basic infrastructure in place for this particular thing. And if we go ahead, you could actually also see that that our messages would also be stored inside the Mongoose database, right? So that you can go ahead and fetch all the older messages. So anything, nothing is lost at the moment. I'm gonna go ahead, I'm gonna go ahead inside the local CodeDam live messages collection, and you can clearly see that we have a bunch of messages available with us right away, right? Whatever messages which we are sending so far. All right, so this could be a checkpoint where we have some sort of functionality working. We still have a bunch of work to do. So I'm gonna go ahead and just commit and push this for you guys if you want to take a look. Let's name this as basic chat is now working. And I'm gonna git push origin master this thing. You already have link in the description for the repo, so you should be able to see that right now. The next thing is we need is that what do we need next? The next thing which we need is that whenever I refresh this, I should have some old messages available to me, right? How do we do that? Well, now we need to have a new intent right here. So what I'm gonna say is, instead of something like this, I'm gonna say that if message intent is chat, then what I want to do is something like this, but I'm gonna say broadcast message, right? And this broadcast message would be a function which would have something like this, and I can just go ahead and pass in the message, and I can go ahead and pass in the WebSocket. So message and WebSocket, right? If our intent of the message, actually this should be equal. If the intent of the message is old messages, then we need to respond with some old messages, right? So what we want to do is we want to respond with a particular date. We need a particular date from which we need the messages, or we need a particular count. So I'm gonna say that const count is message.count, right? Yeah, so we can initially start with the count of messages. So I'm gonna say that If there's no count present, then there's nothing to do about, right? Otherwise, what I want to do is I want to get, or maybe let's just say I want to retrieve and send messages to WS and count. So what this function would be, actually, let me just go ahead and make this as any, and this should be custom WebSocket, right? And this right here would be another function. Actually, we can just go ahead and create a different file for the functions altogether, right? So that it's much cleaner that way. So what I want to do now is have this here as well. I can export this if you want, and we also want to have a custom WebSocket with us. So there's a little bit of, you know, refactoring of code going on here. So here we are, right? And once we have done that, I can just import the clients from WS func, right? And okay, we have a problem here that we cannot really change that particular thing. So what we can say is that we can also have a set clients method which is exported. I can say export function set clients as custom WebSocket, and I can say clients is equal to, or maybe like new clients, and I can say clients is equal to new clients, right? And what we can do next is just go ahead and set clients like this. I hope this makes sense. Then finally we can import the broadcast message and this message. So it just keeps our things clean, right? So this would be WebSocket, would be custom WebSocket, and then what do we have next? Count should be a number, right? This would obviously be an async function because we will be querying the database in this case. So I want the messages first of all. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get the first count number of messages. So I'm going to say messages, message collection, message dot find, and what I'm going to find is all the records, but how I'm going to find it is I'm going to sort it first of all with the date argument number 1, right? And then I'm going to limit this thing to the count, right? So we only want those particular number of records, so that is all. And finally I would just await on this, and I'm going to lean this thing so that we get a simple JavaScript based array instead of getting the whole mongoose fill thing. Alright, so once we have that in place, what we want to do next is just say ws.send json.stringify. I'm going to say intent is old messages, and the data would be our messages. So what's going to happen now is whenever the person sends a WebSocket message for old messages as the intent, I'm going to respond with the amount of number of messages the client requested. How we're going to do that is as follows. So now once the WebSocket connection opens, we know that we do not have any messages on the screen, right? So what I'm going to do first of all is once true, right? What I'm going to do is I'm going to say ws.send json.stringify, and what I'm going to send now is I'm going to send the intent to be old messages, right? Because we want to get old messages right now first of all on the screen. The moment I send this, what's going to happen is we're going to receive a message where the intent would be old messages. So I'm going to say else if the message.intent is equal to old messages, we can just set the chat messages to the thing which has arrived, right? So this thing message.data has actually arrived. Let's see. Okay. We will have a little bit of problem here. So we don't really want it to be message just yet. So if it is chat, then I want this as message. But by the time we reach here inside the TypeScript code, we don't really have to do a lot of things. But anyway, once we have that, we set the whole array to that particular thing. So I can also console log to see what's happening with the message.data. Are the older messages. So here we are, refresh, and let's see, refresh, we get a socket connection. I send an intent of old messages, but we receive nothing at all because something went wrong in the server. Let's see what's that. Nothing, not exactly. So let's see what's happening. Old messages is our intent, right? Where's it? AWS func and WebSocket. If message.intent is old messages, this is what we sent. So let's just see what's happening right here. Here's the message. So now if we go ahead and refresh this, we send the intent of old messages. We get intent old messages is the message, right? So this part looks fine. This part looks absolutely fine. We have message.count. Oh, we do not have a message.count with us. So let's say we want to retrieve 10 messages only, right, for now. So once we refresh, all right, so you can see that we get those messages directly with us. So this is how it gets responded. We have the ID, basically get all the records responded, right? So what we want to do is, instead of having that being done like that, I'm gonna go ahead and find this, but I'm gonna only extract the email, the message. I think that's what we named it, if I'm not wrong. Let's take a look in the yep, email message, that's it. And even with that, what I want to do is I want to convert that email to user, right? So I'm not really sure how you can do it within the find query, but you could do it with the aggregation framework. But here what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna say, or rather let's just do it on the front end, right? Because why waste the backend resources for this? Because we already have a different resolver for this. So I'm gonna go ahead inside the message. If this is the intent, I'm gonna say message.data.map item, and I'm gonna return a new object which is user is item.email and message is item.message, right? So here we have it. Now you can see that yeah, this has an explicit any now. So here we have it. You can see now that we get 10 messages from the back, and we can have a sort of a button here which actually loads more messages. So I'm gonna say we need to add another action. I'm gonna give you this as an assignment to do, add another action which loads more messages, right? And how you can do that, I'm just also going to give you a little bit of solution peek into that. How you can do that is basically as follows. You're going to start off with another click handler for that button, number one. Number two, that button click handler should extract the smallest date of current messages. It should send a new WebSocket request which with old messages but with date as the property, right? So last time what we had was with just count, but this time what we want is we want both date as well as count, right, for the old messages. So there's that. So this is how you're gonna do it. I'm pretty sure you can go ahead and pull this off, but I'm just gonna leave this to you guys, right? So I think this is looking fine to me. So you can see we have all these messages, and now if I go ahead and refresh this page, okay, I think we are screwing up somewhere, and I guess I know the place. We are screwing up on the fact that this should be sorted like that, not in that order. Okay, so now we have something with us, but I believe the array of the old messages is upside down, right? Yeah, the array of the old messages is upside down. So we are getting the messages at the top. So let's just do one thing. Once we get that on the front end, right here, once we get that on the front end, I can just reverse this array, right? And this is as simple as that. So you can see now I'm writing 1 2 3 4 5 send message, and if I refresh this, I still get my last 10 messages available for me. No matter if I join in early or join in late, I would be getting those messages, right? So there's that. I think we have done the core fundamental functionality of our application. Let me just go ahead and quickly review the stack agendas for now for this application. A common room for application, this is done. Oath is not done. Oath I wanted to do, but I think we do not have a lot of time. Persistent messages we have done with MongoDB, right? Native WebSockets we have done. REST API we have done. Front end we have done. The only part which is left is to actually deploy it on AWS EC2. Now, let's just go ahead and do that particular thing. So again, for this thing, first thing is you need to have an AWS account, number one. If you do not have, you can go ahead and create one. It might ask you for your card verification. I'm not very sure, but yeah, it should be quick. So I'm just gonna go ahead, go to my account, AWS Management Console. And I think I'm already logged into some account, so I want to log out because this is not exactly the account I own. So there's that. AWS console, and let's see, is anybody still alive? I mean, I'm not very sure. We started off strong, but a lot of you just gave up. Out of everyone who's watching till now, can you give me a thumbs up in the chat? Who's still up? I'm not very sure if a lot of people are still awake. But yeah, let's see. Who's still waking up? I don't think a lot of people are, but anyway, this would be available as a stream after the live ends, so that's fine. So once you are into the AWS panel, what you want to do is go to EC2. We will be using EC2 for this deployment. And yeah, Sina is live. I see a thumbs up there. Good work. So actually, let me just go ahead and push this on the GitHub repo so that you guys can follow along as well if you want. So git add, git commit, basic repo thing done. Basic, not really repo, basic app done. And we can push it to master, right? I can see some people are still here. The Malay follow is still here. Nice. So I'm pretty sure you guys would have completed the app. If not, if you want to follow along with the S3 deployment, you can just clone the repo. I just pushed it. It should be available there. All right, so okay, I think they have changed the console a little bit, but that should not be a problem. Excited to message you for the app. Okay. Okay, so let's start with the deployment part. First things first, let's just go ahead and launch an instance. So you can click on launch instance button. I'm gonna go with Ubuntu server. You can choose CentOS or AWS image if you want. I'm gonna go with T2 micro. You can go with T2 small as well. It's fine. Like for this project, it does not really matter a lot. Go ahead and review and launch. It's fine. Everything is fine. Launch. I don't know if I have the AWS key pair with me yet. So let me just go ahead and quickly check it. AWS. Yep, I do have that. So it's fine. Launch instance. I want to have automated deployment on this, right? So we are not going to be just manually deploying it. I want to have a CI/CD setup here. So for all of you guys who are still alive, let's do a CI/CD setup with GitHub Actions now. So GitHub Actions is going to allow us, whenever I push it to that particular branch, it's going to create that particular build, and it's going to automatically deploy our production application. How do we do that? Well, you can see that GitHub Actions is here. Let's just go ahead and set up a workflow, right? And I am super lazy about that because I just created a workflow once and I don't really remember how the thing works. So yeah, for the most part, this is how it all works. So I'm just gonna probably copy and paste this thing, and I'm gonna go ahead back to the code and create another folder here saying GitHub. Remember, this is not git.git, it is a GitHub folder. I actually have done a couple of blunders in the past, which you might find funny. So sometimes I would just want to remove the git repo. So sometimes I would just want to remove this GitHub folder. So I'll just do rmrf git, and the auto tab would not work because now we have two folders, and I would have just blown up the git repo by removing the git folder. So remember that this is sort of a thing when you are working with. So anyway, so coming back, we have a workspace folder, workspace or workspaces, I don't remember exactly. Oh, I think I closed my YouTube tab on the other window. Just give me a second. Go live. We are live right now, and we are back. Okay, we are back. So let me just go ahead and close this one instead. So now setting up GitHub Actions is a pretty easy job, I would say, and it is a very how can you say it, fruitful in terms of time, because later on, once you have done with this, you're gonna realize that you save a lot of time in terms of deployment. So this is actually, let me just go ahead and not use this file from these guys. I'm gonna use my code.dam file instead. So let me just go ahead and open a new terminal and get that code.dam file, because I use GitHub Actions for code.dam as well. So that would be actually easier for us. CD workflows, just give me a second. Okay. So let's just go ahead inside the workspaces and create a, what it is, config.yml file, config.yml, right? And I'm going to paste this thing. I'm going to just explain this. This is actually coming from my code.dam repo. and I'm going to say this as the AWS host is our IP address here. So the IP address for our AWS host is, and I'm going to actually explain you as well what's happening in that file. Don't worry about that. So this is our public IP address for AWS EC2, right? Here it is. So what's happening here inside this config.yml file is, first thing you have to realize is when you push this file to your repo, what's going to happen is GitHub is going to understand that you want its CI/CD to take place, and it's going to start a continuous integration and deployment process based on this particular file. So it's going to start with the build, this jobs section. It's going to come to the first thing, that is checks out version 2, which actually clones your GitHub repo, the current one. It sets up node, which is obviously what we need. Then we have some sort of caching. We can actually get rid of this. We don't really want caching right now. We want to install packages. So it would differ for us a little bit, because what we are doing here is that we are actually having a mono repo. So what I want to do is, instead of install packages, I want to say build client, right? And I'm gonna say here, first thing is I'm gonna install like this yarn install. Frozen log file just means that, you know, your package.json file and your yarn.log file should match. So it's basically a safer way to assume that there are no shady stuff happening under the hood, that your packages are automatically updated, because if that happens, then it will fail. So once we do that, the next thing is we want to build this project, right? So I want to run the build script. Let's see how that would work. I'm gonna run build, and actually I'm not very sure what happens when I go ahead and build this. So let's just take a look at that as well. And why do we have a package.json in the root of the directory? What else did we install? UUID, package.json, node modules. And yeah, this is like the most common mistake I have made on a live stream, like ever. But anyway, let's just build this whole thing. So it would probably create a build folder, yeah, just like that, which we want to upload later on. So yarn build would get us the build thing. Next thing is we want to build the server. So this is fine, we don't really want this. Node env production would definitely help. I don't want this. Next thing, first of all, what we want to do is we want to cd into the client folder, right? Before everything. Here, what we want to do is cd into the server folder first of all, right? And then once we are in the server folder, I want to build this thing. So how do we do that? You can see right now what we are doing is we are using tsc-watch for the watching process. But what we want to do inside the config, we just want a simple tsc. A simple tsc would work just fine. So after these two things, what's going to happen is that we now have the client and the server folder available with us. So this is a different thing. Let's not get into this one right now, right? So I just want to verify, or okay, that's fine. Let's just get into this. So the next thing is deploying on the server, right? So what's going to happen for the deployment part is we want first of all to create an SSH access of this server which we are running on with the AWS EC2 machine. And the way we can do it is by using GitHub secrets. GitHub secrets can allow us to store the base64 encoded version for the key, and I'm gonna tell you why that is. We need the base64 encoded version because of the way the key looks. So first of all, everything apart, we have this instance which is running right now with this public IP address. So what I want to do, first thing, is I want to open a new terminal right here, and I probably want to say SSH Ubuntu @ my IP address, and I want to specify the authentication key to the SSH AWS file, right? And once we do that, you can see that it lets me in because I have the SSH key with me. For you, it might be a different key, so make sure you have the correct permissions and everything, and you should be into your machine. So once you are into your machine, what you need to do is write SSH keygen. This is going to create a key pair for you like this. And actually, I think we should have gone with another one because SSH ID RSA already is usually present already. So let's just go ahead and do it one more time. SSH keygen. I'm gonna name this as GitHub Actions Deployment, right? No passphrase, right? So what I want to do is I want to take a look at the GitHub Actions Deployment private key. Now, this private key would actually be used by the this particular GitHub Actions to actually deploy on the production. I'm going to go ahead inside settings of this repository and inside secrets, and I'm going to create a new secret which would be my deployment key, right? So this deployment key would be used to authenticate this particular CI/CD build to the main EC2 instance so that we can deploy the code there on production. Just before doing that, what I want to do is I want to quickly go ahead and encode this. So I'm going to quickly make use of buffer.from from Node.js to string base64. So we want a base64 encoding of the string because it has new lines and everything, and we want to create a file out of it later on. So I can go ahead and paste this, add it as a secret, and now inside this deployment key base64, we're gonna be using it directly like this. So you see that this string right here is this particular string, which is base64 encoded, right? And what we do here is we first of all echo this, we decode the base64 version, and I put it in ID RSA. Then I change the permissions. I change the permissions again for the known host as well as for the particular script. This deploy.sh is a script. I think I have not copied from the code dam front, so let's just go ahead and copy that as well. So here it is, deploy.sh, right? So this is the file which is going to be used. So in our case, the user would be Ubuntu. Our codedam host would be replaced by AWS host or AWS host, yeah. And we already have the relevant directories with us, so that's fine. We want to change the script a little bit in the sense that firstly, what we want to do is we want to remove the git repository. This is fine. We want to remove the git ignore. We want to configure this for the git ignore CI/CD. What we want to do is we want to exclude everything but the build inside the server should not be excluded, number one, or anything inside it as a matter of fact. Number two, the thing which should not be excluded is the package dot anything like that package, which it would cover package.json and it will cover everything. Package.client, we need these two files to actually install the node modules things, node modules dependencies on the server. And finally, inside the client folder, what we think should not be excluded is the client build, right? And as a matter of fact, anything inside that. So what's happening is that when we deploy it on the production, when we are running it inside the GitHub CI/CD, what I want to do is I want to ignore every other file except for the build files, because only build files should move on the production, right? We don't want these idle TSX and every other single file sitting on the production, because they have no use there. So what we want to do is we want to only upload these two build folders, right? And I think we do not even need the package.json in case of React, because these are all static files. There's nothing dynamic about it which is loaded at runtime from node modules. So we are safe with just build folder inside the client. So another thing which we need to do is, once we have done that, we actually have a bunch of repos here. So I want to do client first of all. So okay, let's do this thing, right? Or maybe not. I think this should work fine. So we just have client server and server build. It should be fine. Let's just take a look and see what happens. Till now we are not going to SSH into the server and deploy it. Let's just see what happens. So I'm gonna add, I'm pretty sure this would fail for the first time. I'm pretty sure I'm missing something, but this is fine. GitHub actions enabled, and I'm going to say git push origin master, so that we can just see what's happening on the git repo. So you can see that we push the code, GitHub actions is enabled, we have GitHub workspaces folder, which should ideally start our GitHub actions very soon. Did I misspell something? GitHub.GitHub workflows. Oh, this is workspaces. This should be workflows, not workspaces. Workflows. Git add, git commit, updated the GitHub actions, git push origin master. Somebody's asking why AWS, why not Heroku, and is there some sort of advantage AWS has over Heroku? Why I'm asking is because AWS seems tedious. Yes, you are right, AWS is tedious. In fact, it's not easy, but the point being is that AWS is actually a generic thing for cloud. So whatever I'm doing right here can be replaced for anything which is running on cloud. All you have to do is you have to go to the config.yml and replace this IP. With Heroku, you can do that, but with Heroku, you're not actually getting that knowledge of how things are deployed, right? Because for the most part, Heroku takes care of everything for you, because Heroku is a platform as a service. It's not an infrastructure as a service. When you're using infrastructure as a service, which is AWS in this case, you're going to understand that how you have to push it to a server, how the server would build it, how the server would fetch it to the client. So everything is very manual. I have deliberately made this difficult because as programmers, the best benefits you get is when you are actually aware about what you're doing under the hood, right? Heroku is also fine. Heroku is absolutely fine if you want to work with that. But we just went with AWS because, why not? So we see that something is running now. Something is running. Build client has actually failed. So only if git hub could show us some logs. So let's see what's failing. React host has a, okay, so I don't think that should actually fail the project, but anyway, let's see what's happening inside chat index.tsx. So history would actually not change, but it's fine. It's fine. I can say React fix. Right, so once we do that, you can see that once I push it, the production is actually building, GitHub is actually building my code base, right? So it's very convenient that you just have to push it to your master branch and the workflow would automatically run and all the CI/CD deployment would be done. Ankit asks that is AWS free? It asks for credit card while sign up. Yes, it asks for credit card, but you have a free tier of AWS for 1 year. So if you use it, the EC2 instance, you can use EC2, single EC2 T2 micro for one complete year. So yeah, It is free. It is free for 1 year, so you can go ahead and use that. uh Sorry I'm late. I'll watch this later. Just here to say thanks for all the content and happy Teachers Day to you. Thank you, Salman. It's fine. This recording would be available later on as well, but it was more like a, follow along video, so it's fine. You can always go ahead and watch this again. We are actually very close to completion, just that we need to deploy it on AWS, just test out a bunch of things, and we should be good to go. So you can see right now React is creating an optimized build, and we are done with the React part. At least now we are building server, and okay, we have a lot of errors because I can see that we have some implicit any errors, and then we have a bunch of more errors. Okay, so first things first, let's just go ahead and inside our tsconfig.json, let's say no implicit any is false, right? So that it allows us to make use of any, this is actually a bad practice. I can remove the strict too as well, because I'm just feeling a little sleepy and I don't want to mess my head around with build errors right now when everything is working. So there's that. Number two is, I think we are not installing dependencies in our server folder. That is why it fails. So there's that. And yep, that is it, I guess. Let's just go ahead and push it one more time. Server fixes, git push origin master, and let's just go ahead and just change the pipeline to build the server first, because we know that the client works fine. So why waste the time for building the client when we know that it works fine? So pipeline change, and we can push it to the master now. So, and looks like we screwed up somewhere. Line 15. What's the error? Line 15. I think we have an indentation problem. Looks like this should do it. So here we are one more time. Let's see if it is okay. I think we still have a bit of indentation problem. Yep. Well, this is taking embarrassingly long, but trust me, this is how development happens for the most part. These small things sometimes take a bunch of time, and I think I'm not going to deploy anything anytime soon today. What's the problem? This is the problem. It says me an error on line 15, right? What the hell? Let's just go back to the previous configuration. So this was the previous configuration, right? Or not? Yes, this was the previous configuration. So I can see there's nothing. So let's just move it nicely like this and like this. But VS Code screws up when you're moving that particular thing, right? So let's just manually indent it, and I think this should be it. All right. Okay, so now it's working. Our server should build now, and meanwhile it is building, let's just go ahead and create a bunch of folders. Not really a bunch of folders, but just a single folder, which we can see in the deploy.sh. You can see that we are actually deploying it, but we are deploying it inside code.dump GraphQL, which is not exactly what we want. We wanted to deploy it inside our web app, which is in our root directory, right? So what you want to do is you want to create a web app folder. You want to cd it into it, and what you want is you want to create a git init repository. So once you do that, now this is a git repository which we can use to push it. But there's still one thing we need to do, is that we need to add a particular flag to this particular git repository that it could accept updates, it could accept remote updates. And how we're going to do that is, just give me one more second. I'll just check that actual command because I don't remember that command, but I have that available inside the script which I used to run. So yeah, this is the one. So you have to actually run this command. What it would do is that it will enable your repository to update, force updates, right? To receive actual updates from the repository, from the CI/CD server. So there's this thing done. Let's see how's the build coming along. Obviously it failed. Cannot find name process. Did you install? Okay, websocket.ts has some errors, and we have process as the error. So I believe I know the reason that is happening is because let's see. Yeah, we are missing the type node. So yarn add types node save div, or just div. That should fix these two errors. Cannot find module HTTP. This should fix that. For this custom websocket.ts. Why would you think that it does not exist? Okay, let's try this. Maybe the types for the nodes fixes that. Server fixes, but I don't think that there should be this error should be there. But let's see. Let's close some tabs. Okay, so it's building server, and here we are one more time. Why would something like this happen? Okay, let's see what's happening. We have the package.json, we have the types node available with us. We have, oh, this is the reason, because we are trying to build the project with the node env as production. This is why it crashes, because it does not install the dev dependencies. Hi everyone who's joining new. We are just about to complete the project. You can watch the full stream. It's basically a hands-on sort of thing. Now we are on the deployment stage. Rohan and Chirag, I think, just joined in. So let's see if the server builds now. Yay! So the server has finally built, and the client would obviously build as well, because that's what happened in the last one. The last thing we need to do is deploy it correctly so that it receives the updates. So let's see if that happens or not. I think it should happen. There's nothing which is wrong right now in terms of the GitHub deployment at least. The only thing which might happen is that we need to set up a bunch of things, but let's see what happens. So meanwhile, I think we can go ahead on the server and install npm and node. So my favorite way of doing that is to just sudo apt-get install npm on the server, and obviously before that just apt-get update. Now this installs a broken version of npm, but it allows us to at least handle the installation of one important package, which is the n package, which allows you to install further node versions, right? मैं कहाँ से हूँ? I'm from New Delhi, Chirag. So yeah, I'm from New Delhi, India, obviously. So meanwhile it's installing, let's go back, and deployment on server fails because nothing to commit. Okay, let's see why that is the case. We are using git ignore CI/CD, right? Let me just go ahead and quickly make sure if we are following the right pattern for that for any of my repos. So ignore everything except these bunch of things. So yeah, I think we are following the right thing. Server build should not be ignored. Server build, anything inside that, server package should not be ignored. So git init, git add. All right. It initialized an empty repository. And why would you want to do that? Let's see what's happening. So we're gonna just lslaH and pwd just to check where we are at the moment. So we can see that meanwhile we can see that node and npm are installed, but they are old versions, right? So let's just go ahead and install a package called n. So what's gonna happen, I think, yeah, we need sudo for this one. What's gonna happen is that we now have access to node 14, right? So we can install node 14 like this, and it will just set up the latest npm, set up everything correctly. So just exit from the ssh once and just boot in again, and it should be fine, right? So now if you go ahead and take a look, your node should be 14.9 and your npm should be 6.14, which is perfectly fine. So here we are again. I think build client takes some time, so we can probably skip it from the pipeline if we have to do a little bit of more debugging. But yeah, for the most part, this should be fine, I guess. Let's see. So I think hmm. So let's see where it crashes. We have the lslaH. and we have this thing, right? So it says me that it initialized an empty Git repository. That means it's not finding anything at all to commit. That is because of this thing, most likely. No. So let's just whitelist the client. Let's just whitelist the server. Let's just whitelist server build everything, client build everything. I don't know. Let's just go ahead and try this one last time. Otherwise, I'll try to replicate it locally. I think it is close. We are close to deployment, but yeah, there's this one little thing which is left, so we can just go ahead and do that. 3:13. It's 3 a.m. It's fine. So you can also go ahead on the server and install PM2. PM2 is a process manager for Node, which we would probably use for deploying the server. So we can just go ahead and just take a look at how you can do that, how you can restart the server once it's deployed, stuff like that. So PM2 start app.js is gonna be this is going to be the command which is going to go into the deploy.sh file once this particular thing is done, right? So we have to SSH into the server just like this, and we have to deploy it using PM2 after that, but only if I can successfully deploy it on server. And again, we fail because we get permission denied. Ooh, okay. And why is that? I have no idea. So let's just go ahead and go to the SSH folder first. Let's just go ahead and cat the GitHub Actions deployment file, and let's just go ahead and try to SSH it from our end. So I'm gonna create a new file. I'm gonna say test, paste it, test, and I'm gonna say SSH this whole thing, but instead of this I'm gonna say test, right? And let's see if anything happens. So yeah, it says me permission denied for some reason. So this is the first thing. Okay, so I think there's some issue with the SSH keys, and let's see if we can deploy that in time. One second. Let's take a quick 2-minute break because I'll have to refresh my mind as well, and let me just see what's actually going on. I'll see you back in 2 minutes. And yeah, of course, I understood the reason for that was that we did not have the authorized key being added to that key which we had. We basically have two keys, the public key and the private key. The private key goes into the GitHub CI/CD, but the public key, it actually has to be present inside the authorized keys. So that was missing. So what you have to do is just go ahead and cat this, copy this, and paste this inside the authorized key. So you can see this section is present right here. Once you do that, you can SSH into the server now smoothly. So once we have done that, the final thing which we need to do, well, not exactly final, because I'm pretty sure something is still screwing up, but anyway, the final thing which we have to do is probably rerun this job. And meanwhile, let's just go ahead and install nginx on the server as well. So sudo apt get install nginx, so that we can, or should I install nginx, because that might lead to more things. So let's just skip that. I'm not I'm not gonna install nginx because it's already 3 hours of stream, and it's stretched a lot. So anyway, let's just keep it to node itself. So what I'm gonna do is say inside my build, or not really build, inside my server.ts, what I can say is that when I am on this, I can say res.send file, and I could be very specific about this, because we would not be actually using the node front on the development part, right? So we will be always be using node front on the production part, that is the file serving from node. So there's that. Yeah, we actually also have to install MongoDB, so let's just get into that as well. So I'm going to say that if is production process.env.node env is production, then what we have to do is, just have a simple mongoose.connect MongoDB localhost 27017 code dam live, right? Otherwise, I want to do this on the development. Again, this would vary for you. You might have a single statement for both of them, but I have this. So we can see that our first server deploy is done, and you can see that we have server with us, not the client. And why the hell is that? We have a client folder, we have a server folder, initialized empty git repository, server build, da da da. But why is the client not there? CLIENT, that is correct. Then the build files and anything and everything inside that build files. So let's see. So anyway, for now we have the build available with us, where we have the server.js file, right? So we want to run the server.js, which is automatically going to spin up other files by itself. And before we do that, we actually want to run npm install inside the server folder as well. Now I'm not very sure that why is it the git ignore file is not really working. So let's just go ahead and commit everything. Why the hell not? Because I'm now not really looking for that, but let's just go ahead and do that. git ignore fixes, whatever. This will be available on YouTube as a video after the stream ends, so it's fine, I guess. So here we have it. But meanwhile, while we are at it, what I want to do is I want to say app.use express.static, and what I want to say is I don't know how to use express.static syntax, so let's just quickly look at how that would work. Okay, so I want to serve at this domain, but what I want to do is I want to go back inside the client. Now we do not have client yet, so let's just wait for the build to complete. Once the build is completed, we would ideally want the client to be served right here, right? Web app client build, and then inside the client build we have basically everything, right? So even if we go in static, you can see that we are getting all the static assets like this, so this should work just fine automatically. And again, one more time, I'm just going to say that this is production. So if we are on production, then only we want something like this, right? Otherwise we just want our regular stuff. So while we are at it, let's just go ahead and install MongoDB on Ubuntu. So we're gonna just follow a quick guide if there's anything, right? So there's that, and it's as simple as, you know, just installing like that, so it's fine. Okay, so MongoDB is working, and if we take a look inside the actions, git ignore fixes, if we look at what we have client and server with us, but not the build folder. And is this the culprit for everything? Because we have a git ignore here as well. Damn it. Okay, let's try it one more time. So while we are at it, let's just go ahead and finally fix the part where we actually connect to the server. So localhost 1338 won't really work anymore. So what we want to do is change this from localhost 1338 to an actual host IP, right? And how we're going to calculate this host is if location.hostname, or actually we can just do something like this. Location.hostname will give us the actual host name, and then we can just go ahead and split and put in the host directly, right? So that should be fine. And let's see if we have anything else. This is fine, this is fine, and yep, I think we should be ready to roll just after this, just one commit after this thing. And one last thing which we need to do is inside this thing, we need to go into the web app and we need to say pm2 start. We want to say pm2 start server.js, right? Or maybe restart, I'm not sure. Let's see. So I'm gonna go ahead and paste this command. First of all, I'm gonna start it like this, right? So we have started the pm2. Now if I go ahead and restart it like this, The only thing we have to see is that if it works. Yep, it works. So we can see that it has already restarted a bunch of times, and the reason for that is that we do not have npm install in place yet. So let's just integrate that in our pipeline, or maybe yarn install. Npm install g yarn install. Right, so final thing is pm to this whole command, and if we take a look at logs now, pm to kill all, pm to kill, yeah, pm to start, pm to logs, and we have a bunch of problems here with the MongoDB most likely. So let's quickly fix that. Authentication failed. Okay, that might be because node env is not set to production here. So let's just go ahead and do that. Nano.bash rc. Let's go ahead and set node env to production, and once we do that, we're gonna be finally ready with this. So if we look now, pm to kill, okay, cannot find module, express, cd web app server, node, mongoose. Okay, so I think we have some problem with the MongoDB connection now. Let's see. So if I try to do an await, not really await, mongoose, require mongoose, or let's just go ahead and create a script file, a dummy script file. Nano test.js const monk. And I could just say await here and just say console log connected. Let's see if that works or not. It's working fine, so I'm not sure. I think we did not push the changes, maybe this is the reason. So push mongoose changes. I can say pm to kill and then pm to start for the first run. Later on we can replace it with the restart. What happened? Oh, let's just go ahead and kill our recent build because that one has been replaced by this one. Should we have to ignore client package? No, not exactly. We are still deploying it uh, right here, just inside the build folder. So we have this build folder. We'll use the express static to point all the build static files right here. So this should be done. Alright, so once that is done, let's think if there's anything else left. There's one quick thing left, which would be the security rules for this EC2 instance so that it is accessible. So let's just go ahead and quickly add those. So this interface is new actually, so I don't know how to look for the main security groups. This is launch wizard 20. Okay, if I go to, where is it, security groups, launch wizard 20, it is. Let's create an inbound rule of HTTP, not really, custom TCP 1337 and 1338, 13372, or let's just keep it individual, and then another one, 1338, and there's that. We can go ahead and save these two rules. So this should allow us to actually browse the site and the WebSocket server. So our website is on 1337, I guess. Let's just confirm that quickly. Yep, it's on 1337 and our WebSocket server is on 1338. So there's that. Okay. Window.location.hostname. So this should be fine. I think we are now ready for the deployment, really, for actually checking out things. If we take a look, this is our public DNS. So this should not be working right now, obviously, because the app is not ready. Right. Path argument is required for rest.send file. Okay, so we don't really need to set that because we have the static assets in place, so that should work automatically out of the box. Static asset fix. Everything else looks fine to me. Let's cancel this because it's not really required. And finally let's wait for this to complete. So is 10 months enough for Amazon? I'm learning from beginning. Yeah, I think it's more than enough. For the most part, you're gonna be, if you're going for those certifications and everything, 10 months is also enough. Then also it's enough. But for the most part, if you're using it for your personal uses, you're not gonna be using a lot of Amazon services, just a bunch of them. So 10 months is definitely a good amount of time to learn everything, like EC2s or lambdas and autoscalers, stuff like that. This is easily learnable in 10 months. So let's just finally wait for everything to complete and then probably I can close the stream because trust me, I'm not going here anywhere before this thing is deployed. So yeah, 3 hours 40 minutes. Uh, uh, you're asking for Amazon placements. That means you're appearing for Amazon company. Is that right? 10 months again. I mean, 10 months is a very good amount of time for a lot of things. So definitely 10 months is enough for getting placed in Amazon as well. For if I were you, I would distribute my time for a bit of DSA learning, building my resume, building some bunch of projects which I can show off. So yeah, 10 months is definitely something you can do. You can achieve a lot of things in 10 months. So what has just happened? We have deployed it, right? We have deployed it. We have done that part, and let's see. Express static build. Do we have anything working right now? Okay, let's take a look at Express static again because um this looks fine to me. I'm not very sure if it is why it is not working. We are in fact on production. Process.env.node.env should be on production. So if we go ahead and pm2 log this thing, um echo node env. Well, that is strange. Source /rc, and let's just go ahead. I think we still have the same problem. pm2 start. pm2 kill, pm2 flush, right, and pm2 start. And actually, let's just not go ahead and start it like that. Let's go ahead and start it with node so that we can actually see what's happening. Why would the authentication failed when it is actually succeeding? This is super strange. So let's see if I try to console log what's happening here. So we are getting is fraud as false. Interesting. Process.env.node.env production. is it something very, very stupid that I'm missing? Hmm. Let's see. Let's try it one last time because I think this should work now. Node, and then where's the deploy? Is fraud is still false. Okay, it's true if I just manually inject the whole path and it works like this, but ideally I would want it to work with PM2 as well. So let's just go ahead and see if that is something we can do. So I'm going to say PM2 start and then this whole thing. Would it still work? Yes, it would. So I'm not very sure why it is not being populated from the environment variable itself, but what we can do is we can say node env is equal to production, and then I can say PM2 start like this, right? So this should fix it, and this should basically give us a view like this one. So now let's just finally deploy it. Right, so for the, as a matter of fact, we can go ahead and try to create something, mehul@codedam.com. Okay, obviously user not found because this is a new register and nothing happens. We have to fix that. I forgot, but yeah, login, you are logged in. Chat page, we are on chat page, so I can send chat messages and they are working fine as well over the WebSocket. Let me just go ahead and create another account of another person. So this would be it. We also have to redirect all the paths to the actual, you know, to the actual React app in order for everything to work nicely. test@test.com. Then we want to go to login. Oops, again, need to fix that part. And login, you are logged in. Hello, and you can see that we actually got the messages back. So it's fine, it's working fine. So yeah, I mean, you can do a bunch of improvements over this. Yeah, it's working fine. I think it will break in a second because we are actually about to deploy it with GitHub Actions, and it has actually failed. So let's see why that is. Yeah, okay, I understand. Because we have made some manual changes to the GitHub repo. That is why. But yeah, we can, let's just go ahead and put a final nail in the coffin, because why not? mkdir web app, cd web app, right? Git init, and what was that command from the deny git? This one. So we are good to go now. Let's run it one last time, and this should be a proper solution. Now whenever you push to the production, it will automatically deploy. The site would be down right now because I have closed the server. It's fine. But yeah, at the end of the day, I think it should be done once this is deployed. So taking up the questions right now, I have learned React and even created some projects with React and Redux. What should I learn next? I think Next.js is a good choice after learning React. So look up for that. Next.js is a great choice because you can take your React.js knowledge and you can render stuff on server side, which really improves, performance in terms of clients, SEO benefits. You get a bunch of things. So my go-to thing would be Next.js after you have learned React. What to do for peer-to-peer talk, like messaging individual contacts? For that, what you can do is you can actually come up with a room-based solution. For example, right now we have only a single room. If you want a peer-to-peer contact, you can, once you have that room-based functionality where you can create multiple rooms, you can just go ahead and create a room for 2 people. So that is basically peer-to-peer, right? Technically speaking, peer-to-peer means that you want something like WebRTC or something, which is truly peer-to-peer. But what I have realized from your message is that maybe you just want a simple room-based approach. And okay, let's see what's happening now. So PM2 stats, not really PM2 stats. PM2 logs. Module not found for sure because we still are missing this command right here. We have to yarn install first and then make it work. So it should be fine. I don't think I have to push this one. But yeah, it would work fine just after we do that. So yeah, this should be it after we restart the PM2 process one more time. Right, so here we are. 2 different accounts. Let's start one more time. Mehul@1.com and Mehul@2.com. Again, we have to fix that registration part, but we can just go back and log in. Go back and log in. You're logged in. Log in. Okay. Hello from Brazil. Hello from India. So hello from another account. Right, so this is done. And yeah, I mean, this whole pipeline is now available. You can do whatever change you want. You're going to push it. It's going to deploy automatically on your EC2 machine with GitHub Actions. So we had a bit of stretch in between, but at the end it's deployed, so it's fine. So let's take some questions now at the end. Only if I can bring this pop-up. Let me see. So here it is. Okay. Okay, so let's see. Okay, I think yeah, I think for the most part we are done. This app is like CI/CD now, so you can just push directly to your GitHub master branch and it will be automatically deployed. For the questions part, I don't think there's a lot of questions right now. What is a good server-side framework? For scaling, Next.js is a good server-side framework. So yeah, definitely that's one of my choice. Gatsby is also popular, but it's just for static site generation. So yeah, I mean, if you want to stick with a framework, I would choose Next.js for that. like messaging, what to do for peer-to-peer talk, like messaging individual contacts. I want to create chat for two people, like WhatsApp. Okay, for WhatsApp, if you're talking about mobile applications, I won't really go into WebSockets because I won't really go into WebSockets directly. It is more like an event-based thing where you are pushing your event and pulling any other event which is coming from the server. So it's a little bit more complicated if you want to achieve scalability of WhatsApp, but it is achievable. So how you can do that? It's pretty much just like we did for this whole thing, a common room, but you're gonna have a single room for two people. So you can start like that. You can have a single identifier which only two people can join, and if one of the person leaves, obviously that means that the other person has blocked the other one. So that is the blocking feature, and then you can use most of the things for rest of the things for the communication part, just like we did. Hello from Bitskoa. Hello from Bitskoa. Hello Aniket. I have just finished my 12th. I'm a MERN developer and a cross-platform app developer. Not enough scorer in JEE to get good college. What's your suggestion? My suggestion would be to continue working on your skills. If you do not have a good college, the next thing you should do is build a good resume, a good, a backing which proves that you are a good developer. At the end of the day, college is something which is taken into consideration, unfortunately, in a lot of places. But if you have a resume or if you have a skill set which excels that, then it is fine. It will work. What do you recommend, libraries or no libraries? Example, Joey for validation. Joey is a very good, excellent library for validation part. So yeah, I definitely recommend validating user data from Joey. I personally use it as well myself. So definitely go ahead and always make use of libraries like Joey for data validation, because you should never consider the user input as secure. Always consider anything which is coming outside your application as insecure. That's like the number one uh, the number one thing which you have to consider while you are creating a security around your application. So yeah. Not server-side rendering, I meant just a scalable backend framework. Well, by scalable backend framework, I'm not exactly sure what you mean. Most of the popular frameworks out there are very well scalable. So, um, I don't know. Node is pretty scalable, so you can use Express as a framework for that if you want. Otherwise, Java is scalable. Python is also scalable. Everything is scalable. I mean, it's your choice. It's just that. Are clones of apps good project? I would say it's a good project in terms of like practicing. If you want to practice a particular technology, if you're looking for something, it's a good project. But if you're putting that on your resume that I created a clone of TikTok, that won't be the most shiny project, I would say. Try to go for some unique ideas in your projects. If you're aiming for, I don't know, just creating resumes for your projects or some sort of things like that. But yeah, don't really put your cloned projects on your resume. They're fine for your practice and stuff, but yeah, think of something innovative out of the box if you're I don't know, just putting it for your resume. Shall I prefer distance learning? I'm not sure what that means. Does that mean learning from internet? If yes, then definitely. If no, then you can elaborate that. IITM is providing one. uh what is it providing? Not sure. Please make a video on GSOC. I applied in GSOC twice and I failed. So I'm not sure if I'm the best guy. Uh, what I believe is the reason I failed is that I used to apply very late. So I would apply very close to the deadline. So even though I had a lot of things on my resume, the companies would go with students who have been working for quite some time, and I think it's fair. But yeah, I mean, you have to know the protocol. GSOC is not really a competition where you would be evaluated on your entries. It is a competition where you would be evaluated on your past work as well, which you have done for the country, which you have done for the for that particular, whatever it is called, company or whatever, right, which is coming in the GSOC. So yeah. So please make one video for complete beginners who want to learn MERN stack. You can start with the front end web developer learning path. I can just add the link for that in the description if you want. So that's a good start. Front end learning path. You can start it, learning paths, front end. Yep, I have added that link to the description. You can check that out. So yeah, that's a start. Say hi to Brazil, hello to Brazil, and Andre. I'm not sure how to pronounce your name, but hi to Brazil, and actually good night to Brazil because it's 4 here in India. So is that. ITM is providing BSc degree online starting this year. I mean, sure, go ahead. If that is something which you want to do, it's fine. But I won't really confuse the knowledge part with the education part. So what you're getting on the schooling part with the education, not really the knowledge part. So you're getting schooling on colleges, and you're actually getting education when you're learning stuff. So make sure you educate yourself, just don't school yourself. So that's a call you have to make. Okay, thank you guys, thank you everyone for tuning in. I think we can just keep it to this particular duration. It's already over 4 hours now. So yeah, that's all for this live stream. Hope you were able to follow along. If not, this would be available on YouTube later on as well. So thank you everyone, and I'll see you then in the next video. Peace.